Good morning, everybody. Javier, I cooked an Iraqi dish last night. It was wonderful. Something I found on TikTok. Little chicken dish. Very good. Even stopped at the Middle Eastern market yesterday to pick up some things, so I had it for the dish. Never knew there was such a thing as date syrup and/or date molasses.
I'm intrigued.
I got to be the weirdest. I would think if an old lady or a younger, 20-something person walks into a Middle Eastern market, but when the 50-something-year-old white guy walks in the Middle Eastern market in Southwest Florida, do you think there's at least a small moment of panic for them?
Yes.
Me too.
Yes. It's the reverse airplane.
Yeah. Oh boy, we're not. What the? Oh. All right, let's go.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X on this final Friday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. How many of you stayed up last night to watch the U.S. get beat with seconds to go? Tough to have a buzzer beater in soccer. We had one last night.
Especially without a buzzer.
Right. But they added 7 minutes of stoppage time at the end. And then in the first minute of stoppage time, a U.S. player got hurt. And it took them at least a minute to get off the pitch. And the U.S. was out of substitutions, so they had to play a man down for most of the stoppage time. Anyway, Turkey scored with 5 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go to win 3-2. It's consolation prizes for Turkey or Turkey A.
Turkey A. Apparently,
Turkey A.
They went. There was a whole process that they did with the United Nations to have a name change.
Right, and we missed it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not something on my radar. So, Yes, we did miss it. You are correct.
Yep. Or we ignored it, one or the other. It made the news, and we went, what?
Would have made more sense if their games were in Canada.
Right.
Turkey A.
Turkey A.
What'd you have for Thanksgiving? Turkey A. Is that an open-faced Turkey A sandwich?
I was going to say, so did you go get the Turkey A? What pound turkey A? What pound turkey you got, A? So
that's a good sign there, David, just so you know.
Okay.
A little bit annoying, but that's a good sign.
That's all right. All right. So Turkey wins and the U.S. loses. Fortunately for the U.S., it does not cost them anything. Nothing in the standings. Zero, zip, zilch, nada. They still won their group. They're still playing Bosnia-Herzegovina, and they will do so Wednesday night, July 1st. My understanding is you're going to hear 6 days of promotion from Fox that says Fox will have the U.S. and Bosnia beginning at 6 o'clock Eastern.
Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see them?
All right, I apologize there. We just reloaded, and things happened. All right, that's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, give TJ a little love. And the Floor Meisters, just keep it real. So my understanding, though, is that the match which will be in San Jose where the Niners play. The match is not scheduled to begin till 8 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, 8.
But Fox is going to promote it for 6 days as 6 o'clock because that's when their coverage begins. So plan accordingly. Wednesday, July 1st, it'll be 8 o'clock. U.S. and Bosnia, winner advances, loser goes home. It's the round of 32, otherwise called the knockout round. So you've got about half the field set, and the other half will be set over the next 3 days. Winners of groups, second place teams of groups, and then the 8 third place teams out of 12 that will advance. So there. So that's the World Cup last night.
All right. But, look, it meant nothing, but, and it's maybe just Fox announcer hype. They were, they split, they sent Alexei to the site. They got him out of the main panel with the 2 guys that hate him.
Right.
And put him with, what was it, Dempsey and
Carly Lloyd.
Carly Lloyd, yeah. And so they had the American crew on site, hyping up the crowd. Right. But all of them, not just Alexei Lawless, Carly Lloyd, Dempsey, I think it was Dempsey, are all saying, we've never won 3 games in group. This is a big deal. We need to prove that when we put in our other players, we can still win. And certainly early it appeared that was going to be the case. But the one thing that it showed, where we are weakest, our depth is even weaker.
Right.
We had 2 starters, like at least 2 starters on the back line out. And those that replaced them were not very good. We gave up plays that we shouldn't give up. I'm not going to sit and lie to those of you that know soccer and try to talk soccer to you, football, whatever you want to call it. I just know that defensively we were not good last night, and they were backups. So that's okay. But the coach preached depth of this team, wanted to get a bunch of guys in, 9 new players last night. Okay. Well, they gave up some easy plays for goals. Guys got beat. As simple as that. Looked like Carolina in that one game in the Stanley Cup final. Guys going to the net, getting untouched.
Look at that. So it looked like game 3, the second period, when Vegas scored 4 goals. And then in return, game 3 in the third period, when Carolina scored 4 goals. But for what it's worth, and like you said, we had the Homer crew, Rob Stone, Carly Lloyd, Clint Dempsey, Alexei Lawless. They all played for Team USA, all achieving different levels of success. Carly Lloyd, one of the greatest female players of all time. But when they went to the studio, when they got away from the Homer crew,
and got to the soccer people, or actually, in that case, the football people.
Right. When they got to Rebecca and Henri, and then to the guy who loves himself.
He's great.
Yeah, I like him too.
I'm not even going to try to say his name, but he's fantastic.
So they come from on site with the American crew giving their analysis, and they throw it to the studio. And Rebecca takes 3 seconds, looks at the 2 of them and says, yes or no, meaningful or meaningless, the result tonight. And the 2 of them could not spit out meaningless fast enough. They were like, meaningless. So what if they won tonight? What if they lose Wednesday? Okay, no, completely meaningless. Hell, they didn't even play their team. They had 9 new starters. They kept out 4 of their starters because they had yellow cards and they didn't want them to get another one and miss the game on Wednesday against Bosnia. All right.
It resets next round, right? We get to the round of 32, the yellow cards go away.
Correct. Everybody starts with 0.
Right.
So
the Draymond Green rule, as they call it at the World Cup.
The regular season versus the playoff.
Right.
Number of technicals. So they just couldn't say, it was basically like, listen, we're still teaching you guys how soccer works. And, I'm sure you want to believe the 4 yahoos that were just on before us. But the guy over here has scored the most goals in a World Cup. And I've been on a team that's won the World Cup, and I got the whole golden boot thing there. So it's up to you. Okay, you want to believe them or believe us?
I will say the guy there that loves himself.
Yes.
Watching with my wife last night. And I was explaining to her how much he hates Alexei Lawless. And, come on now. My wife, who is watching, like your wife, is watching more soccer in the last 5 days than she ever has in her life.
Correct.
Ever. But she knows who Alexei Lawless is because of the brief moments of U.S. soccer. Who do you remember? The guy with the hair. And she's like, why does he hate him? I said, because he's an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. I go, he says things to get clicks and to get people riled up, and this guy knows the game really well. Then they proceed to show his bio, and it was like 10-time player of the year in Sweden. My wife, and he's got, dark hair, good-looking guy. I was like, he's Swedish? That was her only take on the whole thing.
Right.
Like your wife watching the Brazilian players dance last night.
Right.
My wife, she's like, he's Swedish? What?
She's like, where's the blonde-haired guy?
Right. Because I got caught in the Sweden-Japan game. They had a crowd shot. I went, oh, my. And she went, what? And I said, they just showed a couple of Swedish fans. And, well, the 2 of them were pretty.
Right.
And she said, what 2 Swedish fans aren't? And I said, you got a dadgum good point there.
Yeah. Hey, man, when they go into the crowd or Argentina or Brazil, okay, it's a pretty good-looking audience also.
Look when they go into the outside of the NFL, who shows fat drunk guys.
Right.
I'll go back to when I was doing Atlanta Knights hockey in 1994. Greg Gunn was our director/producer. Good man. Worked Braves games for years. I think he had the third base camera. And Gunner the break would come, we'd be out of commercial or in commercial, and all of a sudden you'd hear, Greg tell the 2 talents, if you will, quiet. And he would start rattling off. Go to 1, go to 4, go to 3. It was every good-looking woman at the minor league hockey game. So this is not a World Cup thing. The difference is at the World Cup, when it's Brazil or Sweden or Argentina, it doesn't take them nearly as long to find one.
Right. They have quality depth. Okay.
More than we have on the back line for the U.S. men's national team.
Exactly. So there you have it. You want to listen to the hockey experts? The U.S. lost. It's meaningless. Okay. You want to listen to the U.S. homers? Oh, my God. It's all but over. What's happening?
We'll talk some Florida today. Steve Carney in Tampa, Orlando Alzugaray in Miami.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, no doubt, Robes. The cameramen were in on it too. Everybody. And if you could get a good-looking woman enjoying either an ice cream cone or a hot dog, it was bonus points. Because then that got the replay guy into it. Pigs, all of you. And I was there for all of it. What was funny, one of my favorite minor league hockey stories, is when I worked for Atlanta, we had a real TV package. We were on Sports South. And at that time, Sports South was the third largest cable network, sports cable network in the country, behind MSG and I think in LA, sports channel. Sports South was all, I'm guessing you got it down here in Florida if you lived here at the time. I know, oh no, you're in the upper Midwest, Robes, the guy that was on in Huntsville. It's through Alabama, the Carolinas, Tennessee. Anyhow, we would get the coordinates. This is back in the old days when you put it up on the bird. And we would post the coordinates the day of the game in the locker room. Because what do Canadian families have? Well, they have the bird in their backyard. If you remember the house in the neighborhood that had the huge satellite dish before anybody, there was like one, on your street maybe, and you're like, oh, look at those guys. Well, a lot of Canadian families had them because they lived out in the sticks and cable wasn't readily available, whatever. So they would get the feed without the commercials. And the first time I ever met Brent Gretzky's mother, and I know I've told the story before that Brent and I were friendly, very good. And when I saw Brent at the reunion a few years ago, we picked up right where we left off. He is I think the world of Wayne's little bro, and they're like 15 years apart. So I meet Mr. and Mrs. Gretzky, and Mrs. Gretzky, without hesitation, goes, "All you guys do during commercials is show pretty women." And I laughed and laughed. She's like, because all the moms are watching the same thing we are. Men's national team. We had the Melo trade yesterday, DC, before the show ended. I don't know if you're aware, David, but you have muted yourself.
Oh, I'm aware.
Okay, just hey,
Had to.
I have time to warn you.
Yes. Thank you for that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting five and a little more than 15 minutes away. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers 64 and 75. 9 weeks tomorrow, the college football season gets underway. And 75 days away until the NFL season kicks off in Seattle with the Seahawks and the Patriots and a Super Bowl rematch. 64 and 75. Do you remember yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Who knows? Maybe it was the day before. Sometimes what either you say or I say, it just kind of all blends together. But I thought it was yesterday, in amongst bringing up the LPGA and the WNBA and other topics that you were thrilled with.
That was yesterday.
No, I know that.
That was yesterday.
In
MLS
amongst those,
was the other one. You
right,
read it.
I
Right.
did. Yeah.
Mhm.
I added a lot to the show.
You had an agenda yesterday, and damn it, I didn't like it. But anyhow.
So I made the comment that, man, there's so much stuff going on in the sports world nowadays that it's tough to pay attention and recall all of it. That things happen that are significant and you're paying attention to the sports world and you still miss them. Well, do you know there's a kid who's going to play college basketball next year who got drafted this week?
I can't say I'm surprised.
See, I am, because I thought I understood the rules. I mean, the kid didn't go to court. Auburn didn't go to court to make him eligible. Apparently, he just fits a very simple criteria. So apparently this kid who in March said, no, I'm coming back for more college basketball. I'll be at Auburn. But Mark, apparently, if you turn 22 years of age during the summer of the draft, that you don't even have to declare for the draft, that you're eligible for the draft. So this kid has no intention of playing in the NBA this year. None. Yet was eligible for the draft because he turns 22 in like 3 weeks. So the LA Clippers drafted him 57th overall. And the kid said, I'm touched, but what part of I'm going to Auburn did you not understand? And the Clippers apparently are not going to try to talk the kid out of it. So apparently they're going to get to stash this kid for a year. I guess, and try to sign him before next year's draft, or else he goes back in. I don't know. But, I mean, isn't it a little unusual?
Well, here's the thing. Couple of key things you said there. I didn't realize the whole age thing. It kind of reminds me, and I know it was the first overall pick, not 57, but how the Celtics got Larry Bird. It is tremendous that no one really understood the rules. But he's a second-round pick. With a second-round pick, you are not guaranteed an NBA contract.
Correct.
You can get a two-way contract. So he wasn't for sure guaranteed to make the team. I'm guessing he could have David, I'm guessing he could have tried out, been sent to the G League, and gone back to the NCAA with what the rules are.
I guess.
So I don't really understand what the rules are anymore. I mean, it used to be a day when you were drafted, you were done.
Right.
You declared yourself eligible for the draft, you were done. That's the way it worked. But those rules don't apply anymore, so I'm not going to try to figure them out. But the other side of it is, as we all know, if you're on a two-way deal and you're on the back end of that deal, you're not making very much money. Trust me, you're making more at Auburn as a starter as you would in the G League. So the financial incentive to turn pro is completely gone for all of these guys. Second round guys, that is.
Heck, I could argue, Mark, kid could make the NBA roster and make more at Auburn than he would be in the NBA as a second round pick. I mean, that's minimum wage by NBA standards, which is less than when you're drafted 57th, that's less than $1 million a year. I would have to think this guy's making $1 million at Auburn, no?
Oh, yeah. For a starter, yes.
So I just thought that was strange, yet worthy of mention, that you can be drafted and have no interest in being drafted. And even though you've gotten drafted, you have no interest in being a part of that NBA team's organization in any way, shape, or form. You're going to go to the SEC and play your hoops. Huh. All because of your age. Like there's a kid in the draft, Mark, that the Knicks apparently have the rights to. International kid.
Right. He was overseas when they drafted him, though. It was a little different, but it was the draft and stash that they normally do for international players, and they did that, and then he enrolled at Baylor after being drafted, but the Knicks still hold his rights.
Right. But he was 20 when everything went down, so the whole college thing didn't necessarily apply. But
let me ask you, would you, in the second round, just a general question, because a few more international players went in the second round, and a lot of older players went in the second round. Where would you lean if you think it's somewhat equal? Hell, the senior is better right now than the 20-year-old kid from Bosnia. I don't know where that, you know what I mean.
Right.
What would you do if you were a GM? Because I'd probably draft the international guy.
Well, like the Knicks spent the whole draft this week drafting guys that they could stash and not be a part of the 15-man roster so that this way they don't count a penny towards their cap because the Knicks are right up against it, and they didn't want any draft pick, first round, second round pick, counting $1 on their salary cap this year. Not $1. So, I mean, not to cop out on you, but I think it would depend on the organization.
Right. You're probably right. No, I mean, you are right. Depends what their needs are. If you're Golden State, you might want to grab a senior that you think can come off the bench and help your team.
Right.
No, so I get it. It probably depends greatly on where you are.
I just wanted to mention that because it's a strange headline. Second round pick reiterates he will play at Auburn this year. I'm sorry, what? Auburn's still in the SEC, right? They're not in the NBA. How's the kid in the draft and playing in the SEC? I mean, Is Nate Odom at it again? See what I did there? No, it's too long ago to remember. They move quickly in this country.
And, I thought you'd use this opportunity to be excited because the throat punch on Caitlin Clark puncher was suspended for a game. They moved it to a flagrant 2. So she has been suspended for 1 game. I watched it. I don't have the outrage that you did. Yeah, it was dirty. There's not a doubt in my mind that it was dirty. But when you watch it, when you see the clip, I mean, the New York Post did a hell of a job. They have the clip with it stopped with her fist on her throat. And it looks like, oh my God, she's trying to kill her. And then you watch it in real time, and it was a cheap shot. It wasn't the end of the world. In today's world, is it a flagrant 2? Yeah, it is. 15 years ago, was it a foul? No, it wasn't. So, yeah, it was cheap. It was dirty. They moved it to a flagrant 2. Good job. Hopefully everybody can breathe a little easier now, and we can start protecting Caitlin Clark.
I like that last part.
You know what I like? The starting 5. It's next, Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Guys, I'm just going to ask a favor. I think you all know what's going on with the guy that's laying down. To correct every little mistake right now is just going to piss him off, okay? I'm begging you. All right? I'm begging you. Just have a dose of understanding right now, okay? It's all I can ask. It's heavier than you think, okay? And Paula, I watched it in real time. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I know we've got to just protect poor Caitlin, the poor thing who runs her mouth constantly. And look if she were not white and not heterosexual, would this be the same? I don't think it would be, but she wouldn't be as popular either. That's funny, LW. That is funny. That's laugh out loud funny. To be brutally honest, that is. How close do you think? I know, Paula, you were a nurse, and I know you know more than I do about damn near everything too. How close do you think it was to that? Come on now, let's lighten up. Watch it in real. Don't watch the still photo. Watch it in real time. She Oh my God, come on. We're acting like every damn thing. We take everything to the nth. Calm down. It was a game and they play her dirty. Crushed larynx. Jesus. That's laughable. She got right up. It's not like she was even injured. This is, I mean, you're acting like this is a soccer injury and it's actually real. Crushed larynx. A lot of those in basketball these days. That's right after Achilles, that's the highest ranking injury. My goodness. If it were any other player, no one would give a damn. But because it's Caitlin Clark, protect her at all costs. She's different. She brings a lot of this on herself. I agree that she gets treated. They bump her and she's getting mad, but she runs her mouth. She is a cocky little pooper. And she doesn't help herself with the refs when she just bitches at them the whole game too. Any sport, when you vehemently complain nonstop to the refs, you don't get calls.
Nope.
Unless you're SGA. That was for David. Yes, she did, DC. She's complained to refs a lot. But when she was scoring 35 a game at Iowa, no one cared. You know what she reminds me of? A player from Duke. And the white part helps there. But if we were to put, Duke as a women's basketball team, she would be the all-time star, in my opinion. She just got to slap the court for me once.
Oh, you have to be able to play defense to do that.
It's a valid point.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. It's the final Friday of June. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney, an hour from now. Orlando Alzugaray, 2 hours from now. As we kind of just take the pulse around the state of Florida on this final Friday of June. A lot to kick around, as there has been this whole spring and summer. It ain't stopping now. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And we'll start with the World Cup, and you probably went to bed and didn't see it. Or maybe you went to bed at halftime. Or maybe you fell asleep with the match on and woke up and it was like, wait, what happened? What happened was Turkey scored with 5 seconds to go in stoppage time to beat the USA 3-2.
See what he did there? That was.
So you like that or no? So what does it mean? Literally not a damn thing. All right, not a thing. U.S. wins the group. Turkey A finishes last in the group. They're going home today. And the U.S. Wednesday night in Santa Clara going to face off against Bosnia-Herzegovina. And next week is when we get to the winner go home phase of the World Cup. An extra round of it this year. That was the big brouhaha about adding all these extra countries. So instead of starting with the Sweet 16, we start with 32, and you got to win a match to get to where you used to have to get to. But the USA won their group. Australia tied Paraguay and finished second in Group D. Paraguay, they think, is going to be one of the third-place teams that advances, but they're probably going to have to sweat out the weekend and the tiebreakers. Group E, Germany won the group, but Ecuador likely played their way into the knockout phase by scoring a late goal to beat the Germans 2-1.
It was great. I was watching. It was awesome. It really was. Those are the little things. When you see that coach going nuts, the fans go, I mean, the elation that they had, it's Germany, for crying out loud. That's a big win in a friendly.
Right. That's a heavyweight.
Damn right it is.
And then you beat them in the World Cup, likely to advance. And they knew it. And they celebrated accordingly. And the fans knew it. Grown men and women crying.
Well, here's the thing. They knew with the draw they had no chance. They're done.
Right.
1-1, they're done.
But a 2-1 win, they think they're going to be one of the third-place teams whose resume and point total is good enough to advance. Ivory Coast finished second in that group, beating Caracas 2-0. Group F, the Netherlands won the group. They beat Tunisia 3-1. And Japan and Sweden were going at it. Sweden needed to win to finish second in the group and be guaranteed a place in the next round. And they threw everything at Japan in the final 20 minutes. They hit 2 crossbars, a post, you name it.
That goal was phenomenal.
Wow.
I mean, that was 20 yards away, and he curled it in. I mean, that was a rocket. That was a great goal.
But Japan held on for the 1-1 tie. So the Netherlands and Japan advance, and Sweden has to wait and see if their resume will be good enough to get a spot in the knockout round. Baseball.
It should be, by the way. 4 points should put them through. With an even goal differential and 4 points. I mean, it's really the 3-point teams that they're looking at. I would say that they're pretty firmly in, David. I really believe that.
I agree. Okay, but it is still mathematically possible that there could be some chaos in a couple of the other groups. But yeah, I agree with you, Mark. That should be. When the tournament began, most people thought if you had a win, a loss, and a draw for 4 points, and your goal differential was, call it even, that would get you through. Not by much, but it would get you through. So Sweden will have to sweat it out. Rays, fascinating game. So they started with an opener. He gets 4 outs. Then they come in with a starting pitcher who gets 20 outs in a row. By the way, if you do the math, that means the Rays are taking a no-no into the 9th. But oh, by the way, on the other side, Junior Caminero's got 3 home runs. So he's going crazy. The pitching's going crazy, but it's one of those combo no-hitters. So I guess it doesn't really have the same juice. Anyway, Royals hit a 2-run homer in the 9th. 13-2, Tampa Bay, they pick up a game on the Yankees as the Red Sox scored 4 in the 5th to beat New York 6-3 in Boston. Yankees leading the East is down to 2. Astros have won 3 in a row and 7 of 9. They're just a game and a half back in the Central. Houston 2-1 over Detroit. Texas is also a game and a half back in the Central. They had a 5-run third to beat the Blue Jays 6-5. Okay, and meanwhile, the A's scored 4 in the top of the 9th with 2 outs and trailing 6-5. So that the A's rallied to beat the Giants 9-6, and they're only a game and a half out. So Seattle, who's 500, leads the West despite losing yesterday to the Pirates 5-1. Hey, we said it when the deal happened. Ben Cherington, who probably should not have kept his job, but they kept him for this offseason. He made a couple of nice moves. And when he got Brandon Lau from the Rays, we both said, that's going to work out well. And in that ballpark, that right center field area there, he's going to hit around 30 home runs. Yeah, Brandon Lau has 19 homers, Mark. We're at the halfway point of the season. Do the math. Pirates 5-1. But the Mariners at 500 have a game and a half lead over not 1, not 2, but 3 other American League West teams.
It is nice to see a free agent produce in his first year as opposed to producing in the year before he becomes a free agent, though.
Right.
I mean, you got to be happy. Pittsburgh went out, signed the guy. You know what he's doing, what they paid him to do.
Right.
I mean, that we complain all the time about guys who have, and I even made the point, like Radish, the sign and trade that the Lightning made. Is he going to have the year that he had last year? I doubt it. I mean, Toronto's banking on it.
Right.
So it's nice to see a guy who got the money perform after he gets it.
Cubs played the Mets 7 times this year. You know how many times they lost? None. They just swept the 4-game series in New York, 4-3-10. Mets have lost 6 in a row. They're a season high 13 games below 500. They're starting to trade people. I keep checking every day, Mark, to see if somebody's getting fired. I think we're close. They may wait till the All-Star break, but I have a feeling that unless they have a hot 2 weeks here, I don't think some people are going to see post-All-Star break. And by some people, I mean the manager. Because the GM's responsible, but he ain't fired himself. Meanwhile, how about the Phillies and the Nats? So the Nats score 4 in the first. They basically have a lead all game. Phillies tie it late. We go to the 9th, tied at 5. All right. And then, Harper hits a 2-run homer to give the Phillies the lead. The Phillies scored 5 in the top of the 9th, take 3 out of 4 for the Nats, and win 10-5. Mark, are the Phillies 4 behind the Braves?
They are.
So the team that got off to the hottest start in baseball and the team that got off to one of the worst starts that they fired their manager. And here we are the last Friday in June, and the Braves lead the Phillies by 4. Right now, my $20. Who you betting on?
Well, David, I'm doubling down. I bet on the Phillies before the season began to win the division. I'm going to double down on the Phillies. Let's go. They're starting to rip the baseball right now. Their pitching's back from being injured. I think they can cover this 4 games between now and early October. It'll be close, but I'll put it on the Phillies.
Diamondbacks and Cardinals postpone rain. They'll make it up at the end of July. Both teams a couple games over 500 midway through the season. So the players and the owners continue to negotiate in baseball. This is going to end real soon because the owners keep negotiating but they keep saying it's all part of a salary cap structure. And the players keep saying, what part of we're never going to agree to that? So if you keep insisting on this, we're just going to walk away from the table. But the last offers were yesterday. By the way, the players proposing the elimination of prop betting. I totally agree. I think nothing could bring down these sports leagues like prop betting.
It's what they nailed the NBA guys on.
It's what they nailed the Guardians pitcher on, betting on
Right.
whether the first pitch of the at-bat was going to be a strike or not.
My only question is, if the league says we don't allow prop bets, how do they make that happen? I'm being serious, David. They don't control the gambling. What are they going to say? We're going to strike and let you stop the prop bets? I mean, help me out here. Why do I, if I'm FanDuel, Las Vegas, whatever, why do I have to listen to them? I don't need them to have betting. The government told me we can have legalized betting. So unless the government tells me I have to stop prop bets, who gives a damn what Major League Baseball says? I'm with you that they should, David. I'm just speaking from the standpoint, if I own a gambling company, that's great, guys. You want prop bets to stop. I'm not stopping them.
Major League Baseball's owners, meanwhile, proposing a minimum wage going up to $1 million a season. Right now it's $780,000. The cap, by the way, if you're interested, the floor is $171 and the ceiling is $245. There are currently 6 teams above the ceiling: Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, Blue Jays, Phillies, Braves. There are currently half the league, 15 of the 30 teams, that are below the floor of $171 million. Lowest payroll's the Guardians. Second lowest is the Marlins at $81 million. They'd have to double their payroll. They'd still be 11 short. The Rays, by the way, 23rd highest ranked payroll at a little over $100 million a year. NBA, we had it at the end of the show yesterday. LaMelo Ball being traded to the T-Wolves for Naz Reid, pick swaps, a first-round pick, a bunch of seconds. People are trashing Minnesota for getting LaMelo Ball. They're like, this ain't going to fit at all. Mentioned it also, Phoenix Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas suspended upon further review for a game for her dirty hit on Caitlin Clark. NHL draft gets underway tonight. Avs traded longtime winger Nichushkin to Columbus for 3 draft picks. He's under contract for 4 more years. And the Panthers acquired a gritty winger, Garrett Hathaway, from the Flyers. Cost him a couple of mid-round picks. He's 34 years old. He's going to make $2.4 million this year. Eric Cole leads the Travelers by a shot at 7 under. Scheffler 1 back. Keegan 4 back. He's the defending champ. Wyndham Clark 2 under. He's 5 back. LPGA Championship, 9 unders the lead. Nelly Korda, a late double bogey. She's quite a few back at 2 under. NFL draft, by the way, will be April 29th to May 1st, about as late as they've ever done it before. It'll be in Washington, D.C. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Couple of omissions I'm going to get. 1 error and a couple of omissions. The omissions, quickly, Major League Baseball also put in their proposal, unless I missed it, that a maximum of 5 years for free agents. That's laughable. Secondly, Garrett Hathaway, the kid that was traded for, or Garnet Hathaway, born Naples, Florida, for what it's worth. And lastly, 3 teams have already qualified as third-place teams. Sweden is one of them, Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, it was New York Jets. That was fun. And the Sweden-Japan game was excellent as well. Peach. 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 It's not going to pour out food for another like 27 minutes. The picks are so far down the road, though, DC. It's like, I get the pick swaps, but it's like, good gracious. Like, I care at 2031 what happens. I mean, most people thought the Hornets won the draft, though, DC. Like everything I read, and you know, I can't break these down. I'm not watching the T-Wolves and the Hornets to tell you who I think's better. Hockey schools hate it, Robes, because it's not just 5 years. It starts when you're 19. So all of these hockey teams who get the 20-year-old, and Robes, you're from up that way, that plays in the USHL for 2 years, and he's starting college at 21. He's already used 2 years, essentially, I think is the way it works. Well, I'm just a loud streaming mouth, DC. But I've got a new floppy hat to break out today on the golf course. I'm very excited. Tim, I'm totally, I want to bring that up here. I know David will be willing. After all, it is baseball. He's going to be all in. I don't even have to ask David. I can just say, I want to talk baseball this segment, and he gets giddy.
Go for it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of June. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney. Talk a little Rays, talk a little Lightning. Does he expect something dramatic to happen with them tonight? Trading away picks. Is there a deal on the horizon for the Lightning? And the Big O, Orlando Alzugaray. We'll talk about the Heat finally getting their man. Talk about the Panthers continuing to wheel and deal. The Big O and Steve Carney, both coming up.
So, David, I can jump into the deep end of the pool when I hear hype about team. I literally had to give up my HBO subscription to not watch Hard Knocks because I would get too giddy about whatever team it was. I mean, that really boils down to not any shows, and some of the shows I used to like that I don't like as much. It's really to deny me from watching Hard Knocks so I don't think a really bad team is going to win the Super Bowl. But I was doing, and I'm, Orlando won't get into it too much, but yesterday I've been saying, and Bud Elliott's been a great friend to this show for a long damn time. His summer school podcasts are excellent. It's a 30-minute breakdown of your team. Or if you are into the SEC, listen to all the SEC teams. Same with the ACC. Does, I think, damn near every Power 4 conference team. I want to say Cal doesn't have a 24/7 guy. I thought that's what he said. So, I mean, literally almost every Power 4 team. Listened to Miami yesterday. I'm excited about Canes football again. But they did say, obviously the 24/7 writer, blogger, whatever, that covers the Canes. He's like, look, I don't know how long I'm going to have this beat, but I'm never going to see two edge guys as good as what they had last year. I don't know how long I'd have to be here to see two edge guys as good as what I watched last year. They were taking games over, and they were. So obviously, Miami has some things that they have to replace, but they're expected to have a great wide receiver room. This quarterback can play. Their skill guys are really good, but they did lose some big-time offensive and defensive linemen in tackles and edge guys, and they're starting a freshman at left tackle. They got a 5-star kid, and it's like, okay, it's your job. Fortunately for the Canes, they don't play Notre Dame off the hop, basically. They got a little bit of breathing room to work this guy in. But I did want to talk baseball, David, because you got into some of the things, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just thought you kind of buried the lead.
Well, the reason that I didn't get deep into it was what I said at the beginning. This is all meaningless, okay? And the players have told the owners publicly for a week now, listen, if you're going to keep making these proposals under the guise of a cap, then you're wasting your time. We're not even listening to you.
Okay. With that being said, and I'm not even talking about the cap stuff, there are other things they are doing. And so help me out here. Is this trying to keep going cap, because you want all these other things? Like I mentioned, free agents, they want to make them 5 years maximum if you leave your team, 6 years if you stay with your team. David,
Right.
help me out here. How long was the deal Soto just signed with the Mets?
15 years.
Thank you. I mean, I understand the owners wanting to get out of 10-year deals. They're not good for owners, and there's always one dumb owner that seems to do it. But they're the ones that are doing this, not the players. So,
Right.
and I know the agents are helping get there, but it's like if the owners all said, hey, man, we're not giving you more than 6 years, well, then why do they have to put this in? So I get that they're doing a cap, but now they want this free agency thing. I mean, a cap and free agency at 5 and 6 years seems laughable.
Now, the owners are trying to sell it and say, listen, if you've got a young guy, you can sign him to however long he still has left before free agency and sign him to 6 years on top of it. So if you're the Pirates and you want to sign Sheets to a 10-year deal, you can, because he's 4 years from free agency. And then since he's your free agent, you can add 6 years to it. So they're trying to say, hey, you can still keep the young guy for more than 5 or 6 years, blah, blah, blah. But
yeah, the young guy ain't running the union. Okay. We all know that. Okay. That's number one. But for the young guy, one of the other things they've proposed, David, is to take the draft. I think the draft is 12 rounds, or is it 12 or 20? It's 12 now, I think.
I believe it's been reduced to 12.
And they want to reduce it to 7, I believe.
Yes.
And reading this is, I don't dive into this stuff very often, but there are people that I trust when I read them. Ken Rosenthal, when he writes something, I usually he's dialed in pretty well with this stuff. He made a great point. I think he's right. Not only are they reducing the years on the draft, they want to reduce some monies with the draft of what guys can get off the hop. So what are you telling the young athlete who's good at multiple sports? Don't play baseball.
Well, certainly you're saying to the high school kid, you're probably never going to get drafted again.
Right.
I mean, if we're only going to have 7 rounds, I'm picking nothing but college players.
So that does not help young athletes who are good at multiple things drive themselves into your lane. So you would think that would hurt the talent pool. I'm not even getting to the salary cap stuff. It just seems that, help me, David, are they just throwing all this stuff out going, we're going to cave on the cap, but we can get this other crap? Because I don't get it.
Well, it's funny you say that, because the guy who's negotiating for the players, he's negotiating for the first time as the chief final word negotiator. And now take what both sides say with a pound of salt. But he said, the owners are doing more to unite the players than I've been able to do so far. Okay, because our players are realizing that all they're doing is playing a shell game with the money. And in fact, there's going to be less money in the shell game going forward if you do what the owners want than if they even listen to us, if we even agreed to the cap, which he said, once again, we've never agreed to one. We never will agree to one. This is a total waste of time.
And I guess, David, there's part of me I'd love to hear from baseball fan, diehard baseball fan, 21,000 on the text line. Because I think the American sports fan truly wants a cap in baseball?
Yes, we like
We've had,
caps.
we've had a poll question. There have been national poll questions. The sentiment is with the owners, and by all of these other moves that the owners are making, we're going to make it harder to get in our league for draft picks. We're going to lessen free agency, which maybe some fans would like. I don't know. But you know my point here, David. They're doing so much at once that, to me, I wouldn't even mess with any of the other crap right now. I'd be like, look it, we're getting a cap. We're going to have a floor. Here are the teams that are going to benefit from the floor. I would be pounding the table on that. Like you just said, David, all of the teams, the Miami Marlins could double their salary and they'd still be short of the floor. I'd be pounding the table because I think the public would be behind you on this. And with throwing all these other things in there, I don't think that they are. I think they look greedy and stupid.
The owners have said your premise. I mean, the commissioner has said, the baseball fans on our side, the sports fans on our side, fans like a cap. And they view the number one problem in baseball right now as competitive balance. Now, by the way, can we just look at that just quickly?
That's the problem, because that's a laughable. That's
right.
Laughable. It really is.
Cleveland's tied for first. They have payroll number 30.
Where are the White Sox?
Payroll 28. They're
How
tied
about,
with Cleveland.
I would think the Mariners are on the low end. The Astros are probably on the high end. I could be wrong. I'm guessing.
Houston is 7th. They're the first team under the ceiling. The first 6 teams are over the ceiling. Okay, Houston is number 7. They're just under it. Okay, but just let me work my way from the bottom. Miami's 29. They're a game and a half out of the playoffs.
Game and a half out right now.
All right. The Nats are 27.
They're 2 back now. They're 3 back, actually. Sorry.
Okay. Cardinals are 26.
They're in.
A's are 25.
They're a game and a half out.
All right. Pittsburgh's 24.
They're back 2.5.
The Rays are 23.
Way in.
Right.
7.5 games up in the wild card.
Milwaukee's leading the Central again. Okay, by a big margin. Again, their payroll's 19.
Right. By the way, they have the second best record in the National League. They're only a game and a half behind the Dodgers for the best record in the league. It's all in the win column for what it's worth. They've played 3 less games.
So, team with the number 1 payroll missing the playoffs. Team with the number 4 payroll, Toronto, missing the playoffs. Team number 7. Are the Cubs in?
Cubs are in. The Cubs are in. They're actually now ahead of the Cardinals. They've passed the Cardinals, so they're the second wild card at the moment by a half a game.
And the Padres have slipped. They're out, right?
They're out by a half game right now. It goes Cubs, Cardinals, Padres. Phillies are the first wild card.
Okay. So of the top 10 payrolls in baseball, Mets are 1, Toronto 4, Houston, the Padres, the Tigers, all out.
All out.
All out.
So your competitive balance point is a tough one to do. It doesn't work.
And that's what the players are going. So keep coming at us with this cap. This cap is crap. All right.
Ooh, I think the players should be wearing T-shirts that say that.
I
the
agree.
Cap
is crap.
There's another free one for you, MLBPA.
Yeah.
Don't put Bible verses on your hat. Put the cap is crap on your hat. Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
American
The Floormeisters.
I don't know what the specifics were, but apparently the T-Wolves had their choice of deals. LaMelo Ball from Charlotte or what's-his-face from the Celtics. Now, I think it was more compensation.
And you chose LaMelo. I don't care what do you want to win?
I know. I would have given up far more.
Oh, yeah. For Jaylen Brown, you're talking?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
Oh, that's terrible. You'll laugh at this, David. And I hope everybody else will find this funny. But there's a parody account called NHL Trump. And yesterday, it tweeted out the following. Sleepy Steve Yzerman has continued to be extraordinarily low energy in his efforts to improve the dumpy Detroit Red Wings. The fans in the great state of Michigan are miles from their glory days when stupid Stan Bowman's daddy was running the show in Detroit. Prior to miserable Mike Babcock inheriting a fully stacked team and falsely pretending the Wings' success was in any way due to his witch face. Very sad to see the terrible job Sleepy Steve is doing in Detroit, as the woeful Wings have the single longest playoff drought in the NHL. Pathetic. Thank you for your attention to this matter. NHL President DJT. Funny's funny, everybody.
That's hysterical.
I don't care what side of the fence you're on. They're using the words he uses in every tweet and applying it to hockey. It happened to pick on my team, and I thought it was hysterical. Sleepy Steve.
That's awesome. Now, I do want to reiterate, Minnesota.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Orlando Alzugaray in a little more than an hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, I am encouraged that baseball players and owners are talking, and they're both throwing out decent parts of their playbook. They're not just throwing, here's a small twig on the fire. No, they're actually going, hey, this is what we're about. Now, I think it's a waste of time. But the question is, if you're the owners, how long are you going to go with this? I mean, how close are you going to get to the playoffs?
Well, I mean, you did throw the competitive balance theory in the fire there and burn it up. But a couple of people have said, I will say, how many of the teams in those bottom 10 are going to win the World Series is what a few texters are saying. And I think there's something there because two of the top 10 payrolls will probably end up in the World Series. There's a good chance of that. I'd love to see the Brewers get there. I really would. Nothing would make me happier than for the Milwaukee Brewers to take down the Dodgers. I do think if they were to play, Phillies Dodgers will do a better rating. Braves Dodgers will do a better rating. It will. But I do think the Dodgers, it's tough for LA teams because we don't watch as much as the Yankees are on all the time. They're on in prime time where most of the people live in this world. So we see more of the Yankees, and therefore you have a love-hate relationship with them. You either love them or hate them. I don't find the hatred of the Dodgers the way I find the hatred of the Yankees, if you know what I mean. I find a more I don't care. But I do think that David and Goliath theory would apply in an NLCS with the Brewers and the Dodgers. And the fact that the Brewers have this flamethrower young pitcher, who may be a Dodger one day. But that's for another time. So I do think there are things about the Brewers to like. I wanted to bring this up quickly, if I may, David. And I was going to do it yesterday and just never found the time. And I don't know when the right time to do this is. But I have reposted this on both the Miller and Moulton X page and on my personal page. Longtime friend of the show, David Sampson, quit coming on the show because his daughter was diagnosed with brain cancer 9 months ago. After 9 months and 11 days, she succumbed to cancer and passed away. He has, if you go look online, he spoke about it on his show. Some others have done some stories on it as well. And just simply, he put, and this is the part that I wanted to talk about. In lieu of flowers, if you are moved to make a memorial gift, he has asked you to consider the Kyra Fund. That's his daughter's name. That information I posted with, when I reposted David's post about his daughter passing. He's been great to our show. That's the people have asked constantly, why isn't David Sampson on your show? When this happened, he continued to do Nothing Personal, and he still does some time on the Levitard show. He's paid for that, by the way. He comes on this show voluntarily. And he basically did everything he could do. I mean, they flew to Europe. Anything that was out there, and he fortunately had the means to do that, but anything that was out there for his daughter, he did. And unfortunately, it didn't work. She was 28 years old, and you hate to see that happen, but our hearts out to David. He's been nothing short of terrific to David and I while we've been going through what we've been going through, reaching out often to both of us to check on us while he was dealing with his daughter. So it sucks. It's terrible news. But a lot of people on this show miss David Sampson and have wondered why he hasn't been on. I don't know when he'll be on again. I don't know if it will be anytime soon. He has plenty going on now, but I just wanted to share the news. Although it's tragic, I thought is important to get it out there. And again, if you're a texter and want to find out more about the fund and aren't on X, simply send me a text at 21,000 and I'll get the information to you.
The forecast when she was diagnosed, and she went to work healthy and collapsed at work. I mean, there was no warning of this at all. And she lived about as long as they thought that she would live. I believe she worked on Jeopardy. I thought she worked on the Jeopardy show behind the scenes.
They're
wrong talking about this, but I thought that she had a career in the business, but it was not sports. It was television production, and I thought she was working on the Jeopardy show.
The last show that I know she was on is Watch What Happens Live. But she did work behind the scenes. She was a producer in the television world. It was a Bravo show. She was a production assistant on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live was the last show that she was on. I don't know if she was on Jeopardy. That one I can't help you with, but that was the last show she was on. The Athletic did a little story on her that came out yesterday. Stephen Nesbitt is the one who did the story. It came out late last night, actually.
So our good friend will be back on the show at some point. Don't know if it will be regularly. I mean, as Mark has alluded to, David is a fairly prominent member of the media. He's got an agent. He doesn't come on shows like these without getting compensated, except that he has been coming on this show for multiple years without getting compensated. His agent is not happy about that.
And in fact, he worked it into his last deal with Nothing Personal that he would continue. I guess 2 deals ago, because when it went to 2 hours, things changed. When he did his second contract for Nothing Personal, it was in his contract that he could continue to do this show without being compensated.
And the funny thing is, he didn't put it in his contract to appease like Dan Lebitard or someone. He did it to get his agent off his back. So that's how loyal he's been to us. He's always taking a liking for us. And obviously, we've had our own battles, but it's also made us, unfortunately, understand where David and his family were coming from. And Their hell in some way, shape, or form has ended, and now the hell that'll be living without her will begin for the rest of their lives. My guess is David will come on. I don't know if it will be as regularly as it was, okay, but his show regularly is 7 to 9 a.m., so it did kind of work that on the one day a week he could go from his show and hook up with us and do a 10, 12-minute segment.
And from a Green standpoint, it stinks because he's been inside all these negotiations with this baseball stuff going on. He's been there, done that. He understands as well as anybody in the media what, that's like when I had Andrew Brandt on when David was gone. When Andrew Brandt starts talking about whether it's NIL or the NFL, he's been there.
Right.
These are negotiations he does. He gets it. And with baseball, David did that. So I also will say, the Expos documentary, if you haven't seen, David's very prominent in that, and they don't like him in Montreal, and I thought they treated him very fairly in the documentary, and he's very prominently featured in the documentary.
How could he not be? As president of the Marlins. Well, the Expos.
Right. Well, I understand, but he could have chose not to. He didn't choose that way.
And think about, he cooperated with that documentary with everything else that was going on in his life. Tells you a lot about David Sampson. Steve Carney's next.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
the
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Are they both coming on via
Steve is.
I got to call Orlando?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I didn't send that to you, did I?
Mm-mm. You don't have to now. I've got all those numbers. I'm not worried about it.
You sure?
Yeah, I got Orlando's number. And I've got Steve's number if he decides that I need to call him. So Ecuador, Bosnia, and Sweden are automatic. They're already in. That's guaranteed. Can't change it. Which I find fascinating because there are teams with 2 points that could end up with 5. So why are the first place team? I mean, when it said we could play one of like 87 different group third place teams, it's amazing they're deciding who before all of the third place teams are set. If it was simply first place group B played third place group H, fine. But that, when it can be like 6 different groups,
Right.
It seems like you would have to get the round over with before you set up opponents. But I guess that's not the case.
And yes, for someone who asked, it was turkey slices. Very, very plain.
No, I think they were asking, was it Turkey or Turkey?
Turkey.
Right. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing well. How about you?
Can't complain.
Do you get north or get anywhere during the summer? Do you get the hell out of Dodge for a little while?
No. I have between the Rays and all the other stuff that I end up doing for MLB, I'm usually doing somewhere between 11 and 14 games a week.
Okay.
So
you've got, when can you take a vacation? Because the Lightning.
I haven't had a vacation since November of 2020.
Okay. I was going to say, you don't seem to ever stop working.
I don't have any, I don't have a full-time job. So I don't get PTO. So if I want to take time off, I'm losing a paycheck.
Right. I understand. And we're not the same. We don't get PTO, but when we have to get a fill-in, we have to pay them.
Yeah.
So it's like, really, do you want to go? I mean, do you want to pay twice for vacation?
Exactly.
I don't, Tim, I'm not saying that you're not seeing Dodger hate. I'm just saying I don't think Dodger hate is nearly at the level of what Yankee hate was. That's all. I don't see it hardly at all.
Tim,
get why you would, but it's not Yankee hate.
Tim, I think part of it also is this group of Dodgers. Mookie Betts is very popular. Freddie Freeman's very popular. Ohtani's popular.
Yeah, there's not that much. You can't really hate the Dodgers, like the players individually. You could hate Yankee players individually.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Orlando Alzugaray will join us 1 hour from now. We'll catch up on the South Florida sports scene. He's a busy man year-round, but his seasons all seemingly overlap. He's part of Lightning Radio. Well, the draft is today and tomorrow. What are the Lightning going to do? The Rays are just 2 back in the East as we're at the midway point of the season. Never mind, he's getting ready for college football and Yards and Stripes Armed Forces Network deal. He's Steve Carney. You can follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. How you doing?
Yeah, it's a busy day. It's a busy time of the year for me. I mean, it seems like all the time is a busy time, but really, with with baseball now in full swing, and getting a chance to handle what the Rays are doing, and then seeing what the minor leagues is going on and everything that's going on, and trying to get ready for college football. Yeah, it's always busy.
All right. Look at the Rays are, because the American League sucks so badly, the Rays are still comfortably a wild card team. But over the course of the last 20 games, they've really leveled off. I don't even think they're 500 in their last 20 games. So is it just coming back to the mean? Are there some problems that need to be fixed when you look at the way they've been playing lately? Because it's not near, I mean, come on, they were off to a red hot start. I don't know if anybody expected that, but when you look at the Rays right now, what do you see?
I see a team that is better than the, what is it now, 8-13 that they are in their last 21 games, I believe. I think they're better than that 8-13 mark, and not as good as the 22-4 that we saw earlier on in the season. I think that that a lot of it is them kind of regressing to the mean mark, but when this team struggles to get guys on base in front of their big hitters, this team, more than just about anybody, because of the fact they don't hit a whole lot of home runs outside of Junior Caminero. They've got a lot of guys that put the ball in play, but a lot of guys aren't putting the ball out of the yard. So you need the bottom of the order, and I think the Rays need the bottom of their order more than just about anybody else in Major League Baseball. So when guys like Chandler Simpson and Taylor Walls aren't getting on base for the top of the order to drive them in, I think that you really see this team struggle.
I don't want to ask a question that seemingly someone who's listened to this show is like, oh, it's asking that question of Steve again. But there's nobody good in the American League besides the Yankees. I mean, how tempted do you have to be a little more aggressive than you normally are? I mean, this is not the National League.
Yeah.
This is not the Dodgers and the Brewers and the Braves. And then, if you're a wild card team like the Cubs or the Phillies, what you may have to go through just to get to the World Series. I mean, this is 1 week of good baseball in October. I mean, how can you not just be sitting around going, boys, we may have to go get something this year because the whole league is coming to us.
Oh, and I think they will eventually. I think a lot of when teams are looking to deal at the deadline, it always seems like they're looking to deal to the other side. American League teams are looking to deal to the National League. They want to get their guys out of their league. They don't want to have to be able to see whoever it is. I mean, you don't. And because the National League is so good this year, as you point out, David, I think that the price is still really, really high for some of these guys that may get dealt at the deadline, whether it's a Byron Buxton or I don't want to say Yordan Alvarez is going to get dealed, but especially because the National League West, I believe the leader in that division is Seattle, and Seattle is right at 500.
Correct.
So there are a lot of teams that I think would be dealers right now in the American League if it wasn't for the fact that the American League is just so darn bad, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Detroit and Boston might be two teams I'm looking at because they're even worse than bad. But I'm curious. We had a guy by the name of Ryan Spader on a couple of weeks ago, and Ryan's a sharp guy, and he's an out-of-the-box thinker. And he was talking about, why Ohtani should bat first. And in the Rays, I don't know about, I don't know if they need to move Caminero to lead off because Diaz might be their best hitter. So I'm not arguing with that. But how much do they toy with the bottom of the lineup? Because the other point he was making is that your worst hitter should bat seventh. To your point, they've got to get the 8 and 9 guys to the plate to get Diaz and Caminero more opportunities to drive and run. So how much analytically, and it seems like a lot, but I'm asking you because you're there every day, how much do the Rays tinker with the batting order in terms of an analytical standpoint?
I think they tinker with it a little bit. I don't know if they tinker with it as much as some people think. I mean, there are some teams like the Washington Nationals, I don't think have used the same lineup twice this year. Blake Butera, who is a Rays guy and has worked in the Rays front office and has been around the analytics staff. It may be one of the most analytic managers you find out there. Of course, he's 32. He has to be analytical because he doesn't have a whole lot of experience, life experience. But, the Rays do some tinkering, but you can only do so much because, it's like I would love to see Chandler Simpson either hit at the very top of the lineup or hit the very bottom of the lineup, but you don't want him stuck behind a catcher having to go station to station because that doesn't work best for him. So you kind of have to finagle the lineup. It's like, okay, I want Chandler hitting in the maybe 7th or 8th, but I've got to find a place for the catcher because the catcher is going to be a station to station guy. I've got to find a place for a guy like Taylor Walls or Ben Williamson because neither of those guys have a whole lot of power. I mean, between the two of them, I believe they only have one home run, and it's Williamson's. So so you're kind of crammed at the bottom of the order. It seems like they've got guys that they want to put at the top, guys that they want to put at the bottom, and very little that you can put in the middle. And I mean, when you're having Chandler Simpson hitting 5th, that doesn't seem right to me. He needs to be a little further down in the order. The problem is right now the Rays batting order seems to be very striated. You've got a lot of guys that you want to put at the top, a lot of guys you want to put at the bottom, and not a lot of guys you want to put in the middle.
That's because they got rid of the guys who were hitting in the middle last year, who, they had to for budget reasons. Now they're having good years where they are, but that's probably who we're talking about the Rays would still like to have, and that would make that lineup top to bottom complete. Crazy idea, and eventually I want to get to the Lightning, but a crazy idea. Scooble, hear me out. The Rays and Yankees are going to play each other in the second round. One's going to be the 1, one's going to be the 4.
Yeah.
So if you're the Rays, the Yankees have ace pitching. Scooble would likely start 2 of the 5 games. He'll start game 1 of the best of 3. He'll start probably games 2 and 5 of the best of 5. And then you come back, and now you're in the LCS, and you're the better team. Okay? And now you get to the World Series, and you got a stud. You don't have to play this. I mean, let's face it. I don't know if he'll ever admit it publicly. But if Scooble has a 2-hitter into the 6th, okay, against the Dodgers in Game 6 of the 2026 World Series, you think Kevin Cash is taking him out this time? Yeah, I don't think so.
God, no.
So, no. But come on now. If we're trying to win a World Series, okay? I mean, think about what Scooble can give you. 5 starts before the World Series. 2 against the Yankees, which is probably the ALCS.
My huge question with Tarek Skubal is, you're not going to keep him. This is a we're going for it right now.
type of move. What this is.
This is absolutely CC Sabathia. I would hate to find out what the return that the Tigers are looking for, because I would assume that they are going to ask for at least 2 of the top 5 in the Rays prospect list. 2 of their top 5 prospects. Theo Gillen is a guy that they just promoted from Bowling Green at high A to double A. He is an absolute stud. That is your center fielder come 2028 probably. Brody Hopkins is their number 2. He's in Durham. He was one of the guys you got for Randy Arozarena. I don't know if they would be looking to try and move either of those guys. And Jacob Melton is their number 4 prospect. He is a guy that they got for Brandon Lau. And so I don't know if they would want to move him either. He's been injured this year, but he's another guy that's got a ton of pop and is going to be a big part of this Rays offense in a probably for Moulton, probably either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. So you're going to have to give up a lot to get Skubal.
And I wouldn't do it simply because it doesn't matter for the next 2 years. Until they move to Tampa and get the new ballpark, it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't, because you're not going to get the fans on a regular basis in St. Pete. We know that. We've known that forever. The Lightning draft tonight. Not tonight, because they don't have a first-round pick.
Yeah.
One, any chance that they move into the first round? And two, there have been a lot of trades. I want you to talk about the Radish sign and trade deal. Are they the smartest team in the room, or is this something they just couldn't re-sign him, but moving him in the division's a little scary?
I understand moving Radish in division is kind of scary, and I'll get to the draft in a second. I think this is probably I give Julian Breesborough a ton of credit, because not only does he do things that are very smart, this is good for Radish. I believe this actually provides goodwill to other players, because they're going to go, look, we're going to go to, the Lightning are always going to be good. And when it's time for us to go, they're going to take care of us. The only team that could give Radish 8 years was Tampa Bay. And so they do it, and then they deal him to a place where he wants to go, and they get some draft capital back because of it. I think that was really, really smart. And, who knows, could Darren Radish become the next big Al McInnes type of blaster, on the blue line? Sure. But he is going to be 31, and he's only had one good year offensively, and he could certainly regress to what the back of his hockey card says. And if he does that, then now the Maple Leafs are going, what the heck are we doing? Why did we do this? And Julian looks even smarter. So it's a win-win for Julian. As for the draft, I don't think they move into the first round. I think it's going to be a little too difficult, unless you're looking to move another piece, which I don't think the Lightning are looking to do. I think they're going to stay pat in round 2 and maybe make some moves to finagle a little later on in the draft. But I don't think they move in to get a pick today.
Do they have, and we got about a minute, do they have enough inventory to be able to get a Dylan Larkin even if they wanted him?
I don't think so, David. I really think that'd be that might be too much of a stretch, unless you're looking to move a significant piece to try and get a Larkin. I think that Detroit would be asking for a little bit too much.
Okay. Just had to ask.
Of course.
Are they in the market for a top 6 forward and a top 4 defenseman, or are they more in the shopping lane of a bottom 6 forward and a number 5 or number 6 defenseman? Just curious.
Well, you would always ask for a top 6 or a top 4, but I think they're in the latter.
Okay. Steve Carney. Follow him on X at Steve Carney, whether it's the Lightning, whether it's the Rays, whether it's baseball from top to bottom. And college football season is quickly upon us. Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, as always, thanks.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
He makes us seem like we don't work at all. We were joking before the segment, when's your last vacation? Because he goes right, baseball and hockey,
Right.
It doesn't end. They
Right.
both overlap. They overlap on both sides. He's like, my last vacation was November 2020. Ow.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Uh-huh. Right.
Good for him.
I had a plaque growing up as a kid. It said, working until the day before the All-Star game and the day after. I had it on my wall. That was, 2 days a week.
Miller and Moulton. Next hour, Orlando Alzugaray to dive into the Miami sports scene. Go!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Tim, again, I know you guys are more right than we are on damn near everything. And yes, Alan, I know that there are a lot of Yankee fans, but they are a team. And what I said was, it's a love-hate team. You either love the Yankees or you hate the Yankees. And I think that's true. I don't feel that way about the Dodgers. I know Giants fans hate Dodgers, but most people on the East Coast don't hate the Dodgers unless you're in New York and you were a Brooklyn Dodger fan and you're old. I mean, as David pointed out, 3 of the 5 most popular players in baseball play for the LA Dodgers. Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani. And yes, if you say there's a bunch of people that hate Ohtani because of the gambling thing, if you're one of them, that's fine. They make jokes about it. I've never heard, honestly, we do a talk show for a living. I've not had one text. Now, do people think he was gambling? Yes. But if I had to, I hate him because he gambled. I've not had one of those. Not one. I mean, I know our audience is really small and we suck, but we are a sports show.
We suck? Damn.
You were right. She had just gotten on Jeopardy when the thing happened. I mean, she basically had just got the job.
By the way, if we ever go back to talking about other issues, I thought it was interesting. The owners are proposing no deferred money allowed.
Yes. Now, I think I think the owners within the owners can get that through. The players don't want that.
No.
Not in a million years. Lionel Richie might be sick.
Yeah.
I mean, it does amaze me, and I think it's got to do it to you as well, David. My mom just turned 82. Your mom will turn 82 in August. That these performers are damn near our mother's age, and they're going out doing live. I mean, I couldn't imagine. Could you imagine your mother? And my mom's in great shape. I mean, she, very healthy, drives, plays cards. My mom lives a damn full life. To get on stage for 90 minutes and perform? I mean, you've got Lionel Richie, you got Rod. How old's Rod Stewart now? I mean, the Stones, they're not young. It baffles me that they can do it. I mean, Bruce is what, 70?
Older than that.
I mean, the guys in the Eagles, they're not young. Hell, one of them died. I mean, the fact that Joe Walsh can still play guitar in and of itself is a mystery.
Alan, the answer is the Yankees. In recent years, though, since acquiring Ohtani and winning 2 World Series, the Dodgers have made up a lot of ground with postseason sales.
But I would think in this country, it's still really close. Worldwide, because of the Japanese influence, the Dodgers do their thing. But in this country,
it's the Yankees.
Right. Right. It's amazing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, we just got done talking a little Tampa St. Pete sports scene. We'll do the Miami sports scene coming up later this hour with Orlando Alzugaray, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Listen, you said where you are on this, but can I just frame the argument differently and just see if it changes your view? Not what I think ultimately you would do, but it just changes your view at all. All right? So we're sitting down with the Rays, and I'm trying to get us to acquire Scooble. And you're ahead of me on the totem pole, and you and a couple others are like, no, not going to give it up. Not going to give it up. Okay, I get it. Now, can I ask you a question? How much is he worth Game 5 against the Yankees, series tied at 2? Winner today goes to the LCS. Because that's really why you would acquire him. Okay, Game 5. Okay, you send your best out against theirs, and can your best be as good or just a tick better? And for as much as I love Rasmussen and McClanahan, and I mean,
first off, a couple of things. I love your comp of CC Sabathia because from a rental standpoint, that's it. The difference is Scooble's not going to pitch every 3 days when you get him. And I don't know if he's going to pitch 8 innings in a playoff game. He's not proven that he wants to do it. Scooble's about Scooble. Secondly, how much is he worth? Well, David, I don't know. I'd have to, give me an average ticket price and because he's not worth that much in the regular season because I don't think Scooble pitching in Tampa draws more than maybe 1,500 more fans per regular season game. I know what you're talking about. I am merely telling you, if you're asking me from someone running a baseball team, I'm not just looking at Tampa never just looks at winning a World Series. They look at the business of baseball. In the business of baseball, it makes no sense to invest prospects that are going to be, you think, really good players when you go to a stadium where you're going to draw fans. I wouldn't even consider it. That's the point I'm trying to make. It is a non-star. This is the salary cap to the Major League Baseball Players Association to me.
Yeah, and I'm like, Mark, I'm not talking about selling an extra T-shirt. I could give a damn about that. I'm trying to win a blanking World Series. We've never won one. We've only been to 2. Have you taken a look around the American League in 2026? It sucks. It's never been more winnable. We got a real shot. Okay, and that's all I'm coming from. I'm coming from a winning standpoint.
And I mean, I'm just telling you, as someone in that front office, I'm telling you, I don't care. I mean, I know that sounds horrible, but this is a business, and we've been to the World Series twice, and what's been our uptick in fans the next year? Oh yeah, inconsequential. If this were the year before I move into my new ballpark, I'm all in. I'm all in.
So you only want to win a World Series if you can make money off it.
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think that's going to be?
Based on how good Tampa Bay's been and how they've been able to win and how smart that organization is, when the influx of money comes in, when you get a new ballpark, I think they're a perennial playoff team, David. I do. I mean, the Lightning are one of the best organizations in hockey. They actually spend like everybody else. I think the Rays will be too.
But
I'm not making the investment while I'm playing in the Trop. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not giving up 2 of my top 5 prospects to get a guy for 3 months, who, by the way, has proven he pitches 6 innings in important games.
Well, I will say this. I actually believe it's more important for Skubal to pitch more innings now than it was last year. First off, he had an injury already this year. Secondly, he's going to enter free agency. He's got to prove that he's healthy. He's got to prove that he is a 1. He is a dog. Nobody was questioning whether he was a 1 last year. Okay, even when he didn't pitch the 7th against Seattle. Okay, now you're going to be asking what you're asking for, and you got to be able to look at Scott Boras and know what the answer is as to whether or not this guy's a dog or not.
David, I'm not playing contrarian here, but you're kind of making it where I have to, because I don't think Scott Boras and Tariq Skubal are thinking that way, because, David, you know what there always is in baseball? Someone willing to spend the money.
Well, it'll be interesting if this offseason we have that. That's the other thing. But okay, I get it. Okay, listen, it's sound reasoning. From a business standpoint, I'm just trying to win a World Series. I don't care if we lose money. I'm trying to win a blankety-blank World Series.
I got you. And there are a bunch of teams, David, and I'm not joking here. If you wanted to talk to me, and I don't really think Pittsburgh needs a pitcher, but I mean, if you wanted to talk to me about the Pirates or the Reds, or hell, the Brewers going to get him for a rental, to have him as their 2 with the kid there, whatever, his name escapes me. Long name. The pitcher.
Skeens?
No, in Milwaukee.
Yeah. You're right. Gotcha. It starts with an M.
Something like that. Anyhow, if Milwaukee wants to do this to take on the Dodgers, I'm all in. If the Braves wanted to do it, and I know they're not a small payroll team, you could make a case, David, for so many teams. But like the Brewers, I'd do it there. I would.
Okay.
The Phillies, if you want to win and if you're trying to take down the big bad LA Dodgers, hell, if Seattle wants to do it, Toronto, I can name you I'm just not interested in Tampa, because long-term, I don't know what it gets my franchise. Yes, you're right. They could win a World Series. I understand. That's the most important thing. I don't think that team operates that way. Certainly not now, and I don't advocate it. because there's no payoff for it. So I can have a big party at Ferg's? Come on.
It's a big
And a
party,
city
though.
that doesn't want me. And I'm moving. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. All right.
And we love the fact that we're on in Tampa. And if I'm honking off a Tampa Rays fan, 21,000, tell me why I'm wrong. But
I mean, I will say you and I, and this is genuine, we don't do shtick. All right. But I understand your point. Your point is correct. Like, I don't think the Rays would make 12 extra bucks. They 25,000 is all they allow in the damn building. Maybe they'd allow a few more for playoffs. Okay, whoopee. 5 extra thousand people in it, whatever. Okay. But, to me, this is just, I'm going to pull Herm Edwards. We play to win the game. That I'm going to be like, come on. Are we trying to win a World Series or not? And you're going to tell me we're going to try to win a World Series in 2028. But it does us no good to win us one now. At which point I'm either going to try to get fired or I'm going to take a couple days off and walk to Ferg's and just drink till I can't drink anymore.
by the way, the other thing that, my other comment back to you on him needing to pitch more innings, you're probably right. However, I don't believe a word and this isn't because I'm pissed off that he didn't pitch the 7th inning against Seattle and I'm a Tigers fan. Let's go back to the World Baseball Classic. I want to be on the team. You know what? Upon further review, I really don't want to pitch another game. So I have trouble believing this guy. I really do.
I hear you. And I would not want to be giving him a 7-year contract. Like I'm not interested in him in free agency. Okay. But I am interested in him in the potential 10 regular season starts and the half dozen October starts. That interests me. Him otherwise doesn't interest me at all.
But it will interest someone this offseason, even with a lockout/strike looming. Because it always interests someone. These guys all end up getting paid. And they get, in our opinion, too long of deals. And it doesn't work out often for the team on the back end. But they continue to get the deals. And now Major League Baseball has said, we only want free agents to be able to sign for 5 years. Good luck getting that one through with the union. Let me ask you this, David, because we were talking about this earlier. Because that's actually what they proposed to the union. 5 years if you go to a new team, 6 if you stay for your team.
Right.
David, if today Major League Baseball came out and said, you know what, guys, you're right. No cap. Competitive balance is fine. We're done with the cap, but we're hard, steady, and fast on a 5-year free agency. Do you think the players would cave?
I do, ultimately, because there's rules like that in the other sports. Okay. And I just think that the owners would say, hey, man, we gave you the number one thing you wanted. Okay. Now, I think if you're the owners, you then have to say, this is our number 2. We caved on our number one thing. We caved. You won. Well, then you're giving us the number 2 thing that we wanted. Which, by the way, when you think about it, how many 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15-year contracts are there out there? Honestly, you cheap blankety blanks.
Now that I agree with.
So how many contracts are we affecting here? Are we going to affect 30 contracts a year? No way. I'll bet you we don't get on average of 12 contracts that go 7 years or more every offseason. So what are you guys arguing about? I'm Manfred. I'm like, give me something I can go back. I got to get a win for my guys. Okay? You got to win. You got to give me a win. Otherwise, we ain't going to have baseball. I actually think both sides do realize how important it is that they keep playing.
I'm with you on that. Baseball's doing really well.
Oh,
Attendance is huge. TV numbers are better. They do have competitive balance. That's the part where the owners are in trouble. I mean, we're sitting here damn near at the All-Star break, and look at all these teams that are in it in both the American and National League. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
we got a text after Carney that it said, "Holy F, amateur hour." Don't know really what that means. So I said, "Please explain." And to my shock, David, there's been no explanation so far. Got a guy who does every day on the Rays and works for the Lightning to talk Tampa sports. Whatever. I got to oil this chair. See, I don't know where you oil this chair. There's a squeak, and the chair's mostly plastic. I don't even know where the squeak's coming from. I'm going to let everybody beat me up a little bit here, David, because I'm feeling guilty right now. I think I'm making a bad decision.
Okay.
I'm still going to go through with the decision.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The Big O, Orlando Alzugaray. Talk a little Miami sports scene coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
So I'm having a bit of guilt this morning, David.
Catholic
and I
guilt?
feel like no, husband guilt.
Okay.
I feel as if I am, making a mistake today. Today is my wife's birthday.
Okay.
And I bought her present. She asked for something. It was expensive. It's not a normal birthday present. And she got it. And we got it a while ago. I mean, the minute she asked for it, I booked it, got it done, and it's taken care of.
Okay.
So I'm going to take her out we're going to have dinner tonight. The daughter's got gymnastics. We're going to go out for a bite while she's at gymnastics. And now there are flowers and there's a card. But I was not paying much attention because she took Wednesday off because one of her best friends that she went to veterinarian school with was in Miami. And
Right.
she and my daughter drove over and spent the day with she and her daughter and actually her husband. And so I didn't realize that she took today off as well. I just kind of assumed, like on my birthday, that she would work. And good for her for taking it off. Well, it's Friday. And David, I play golf 2 days a week. I play golf on Wednesdays and I play golf on Fridays.
Okay.
And I did not cancel my Friday tee time. And this morning, I try to maintain a very quiet morning. I keep the door shut. I can maneuver our entire house in the dark, basically, to make sure that I make as little noise as possible as I get ready. And she was down doing her thing this morning, and I sang her happy birthday, and she's got her cards and her flowers, and she knows we're going out for dinner. And I've been feeling guilty because she's got the day off. And I'm going to be at the golf course. And my daughter also, yesterday, I dropped my daughter off at her friend's house where she slept over and spent the night. So when I leave this morning, my wife is going to be alone in the house on her birthday. And
Right.
as the show's been going on, I've been feeling slightly guilty about that. Now, not guilty enough to cancel my tea time. But I feel like I should cancel my tea time.
No, absolutely not. First off, you're giving her everything that she wants for her birthday, literally. You got her the gift item that she specifically asked for, number one. Number two, flowers, dinner at a nice place. Okay. Number three, you don't think she's going to enjoy some time off today? Lounging in the pool, watching the TV that she wants to watch, maybe going out and, I don't know, getting a facial, getting a pedicure.
She is getting her nails done today, and she
Okay.
was very excited because my wife goes to the library. She loves to read. She's been smart enough to not buy books, but the book she was like waiting for, apparently last night she got a text from the library saying that they have it and it was waiting for her. In fact, I think she just got back from picking
Okay.
up that book.
Yeah, no, you're actually, if all of a sudden you said, "Hey, I'm going to cancel the golf, let's do something," I think her face would be like, "I made plans, you jerk. And besides, we're not doing anything till dinner."
All right. Okay. Thank you. I needed that, David, because I have felt guilty this morning.
I'm not even going to get into the chip that she owes you for the rest of the year, maybe even heading into 2027. I mean, you were not even a thought, a consideration for Father's Day, the whole weekend. Not even a thought. Okay.
I did
Oh
get
my
golf balls.
goodness.
I was very happy. I was very happy. I told my wife, goes, "What do you want for Father's Day?" I said, "I want what my dad every year. Give me a dozen golf balls." I said, "I don't even need you can go to the place and take 10, 12 out of the bin used ones. I don't care. I'm going to lose them within a couple of rounds anyhow. I mean, there's going to be today there'll be at least 2 drives sprayed that I will never see that golf ball again."
Okay.
All right.
So,
I feel better.
yeah,
feel better.
you should. You should. You're a good husband. You take care of her. You
Well,
take care of the women in your life. You do.
trust
You
me,
love
she
them.
takes care of me.
Well, yeah,
I
no.
work in radio. Don't you know this?
Oh, I know it. What we do beats working for a living. There's no question about it. But you are a loving, doting husband, father, son. Okay, enough.
All right. Good. Now I don't feel so bad about the Rays not wanting Scooble.
You'll go lose 4 or 5 golf balls today. Don't think anything of it.
All right, I'm better. I'm better.
Okay.
Good deal.
Good.
Happy birthday.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy birthday, honey. Man. Wow. Telling you.
I will say on the other side of this, there is a chance when I come home, the door could be, she may enjoy the peace and quiet so much, the locks may be changed.
No doubt. You may have to go in the back way. You may have to wrestle with that snake.
That's the only thing. I'm going to have to make sure everything poolside's out for her so she does not have to go into that bin.
You're going to have
She's
to.
afraid of snakes, but it would probably behoove me to make sure the area is set how she would like.
Yeah, you need to suck it up here. You do. You need to lift the lid on the cooler and see if the snake crawled in it. And then if not, you need to look under the little table cooler there and make sure that the snake isn't,
Right.
waiting. Yes.
Even
Hey.
for me, that gives me the snakes don't bother me, but the snake popping out of something, that's a little much.
I understand, but you're tough. Okay. You can do this. You've done more already this year. You can do this. Man, can't believe I'm having to spend all this pep talk energy on you.
Well, I did. I felt guilty. That's all.
Do you know how mad at you I am? I'm going to have to work with you for the next 2 years when you told me that you don't care about winning a World Series until I can make money off it. I have to work with you for 2 more years. Okay. I literally just walked out in the hallway and said, man, if the scenario I described was true, I'd either be getting fired or I'd have to get another job. I couldn't work with him. And remember, I put you ahead of me on the chart.
Right.
I have to answer to you. I have to listen to you in this Rays hypothetical. And I'm literally walking through the condo going, I can't do it. He doesn't want to win.
It is funny because, David, deep down that in the Rays front office, I would win out on this one.
I know you would, and that's why I'd have to go.
And you wonder why Miller and Moulton have been fired so often.
Right.
David wants to fire me right now for that take, even though he knows I'm right. Not about the World Series. David's right about winning the World Series. I get it. And like I said, I get it for about 14 teams. David, believe it or not, I get it if the Marlins would want to do it. That's not what they need, but you know the point I'm making.
Hey, listen, they're going to have a fascinating decision to make here. I mean, he's been inconsistent, but he's an innings eater. He would get you quite a lot on the market, but you're a game out of the playoffs, man. And you've done this now for 6 months. Okay, you take a look at what your record was Father's Day last year and where you ended up. Okay, and now look at you've played above 500 ball by a couple games for half a season. Okay, I think the Marlins have just for a full season played like at a 90 to 92 win pace. I mean, the Marlins would be a pain in the first round best of 3 for the Braves. Do you imagine if the Marlins are the 6 and the Braves are the 3, and the Braves turn around and they get the Marlins before they have to go through, in theory, both the Brewers and the Dodgers?
Yeah, I'm trading Alcantara, by the way.
Of course you are. Of course you are. It's all about money. It's all about T-shirts,
They can't.
hats, and shirts.
Orlando Alzugaray next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yinzer, what was Penguins fan looking for that they made quite an impression?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final Friday of June. It'll be July on Wednesday of next week, and that's when Team USA will begin playing in the knockout round. Wednesday night in Santa Clara, they'll take on Bosnia-Herzegovina. Winner advances, loser goes home. He's the Big O. He's Orlando Alzugaray. He is the dean of the South Florida sports scene. At least he is as far as we're concerned. Okay. If you want to get his show, which is usually 10 to noon weekdays, Big O radio show on all platforms. You can find it. iTunes, Spotify, Google, you name it. Follow Orlando on X at Big O Show. Big O Show. How you been?
God dang it. There's something going on with my phone, David.
Oh, well. I guess you really hated my scuba idea. I get it.
Orlando, you got us? I don't know what the hell.
All right. Yeah, things happen. But we got time. Hopefully we'll catch up with them here in the next couple of minutes. But first and second place teams in every group advance to the knockout round. 8 of the 12 third place teams in the World Cup advance out of group and make it. Team USA is playing a third place team in Bosnia-Herzegovina in the knockout round next Wednesday night. So, in theory, the U.S. should win. Then again, we thought they were going to win last night. Now they played a makeshift roster, and it'll be very different on Wednesday, but pressure's on Team USA Wednesday. And that's not something this group has faced before. So it'll be very fascinating going forward. Can they stay alive until they can put the pressure on their opponent? That's what I'm wondering. They probably have to win 2 matches before they'd be a betting underdog, which would be the round of 8, which is also, I think, the furthest the U.S. has ever gone in this thing. Made it to the round of 8, the quarterfinals, in the early part of this century. 2002, I believe it was. Made it to the quarterfinals and lost to Germany 2-0. So it's going to wind down for the weekend. And then, boy, is it going to heat up. Win or go home. And I hope for USA Soccer that they win. Not just because I'm a proud American, but because I think it would be very difficult for USA Soccer to bounce back if they blow it from here. I mean, how do you get the hype machine rolling again in 4 years or 8 years if they blow this opportunity? So I think a key week and a half to 2 weeks coming up here for the future, not just the present, but the future of USA Soccer. For those that care about that sort of thing. Miller and Moulton.
I'm having communication issues on my end, and I don't know what the hell this phone has worked like a charm, or the system has worked like a charm since we got it. For whatever reason, it says it's connected. It is not. So I am giving it one last run here. I went with some engineering 101.
Turn it off, turn it on.
On again. I am going to do some really bad radio here, and
well, when turn it off, turn it on doesn't work. I mean, that's that's like a code red, Mark.
The problem is that it for whatever reason is not connecting to the phone right now, even though it says it is connected. So I don't know what to tell you, and I feel badly because it literally the machine says it is paired to my phone. The phone says it is paired to the machine, and yet, for whatever reason,
right,
I'm not able to. I'm going to do something here to
best laid plans of mice to
men. I'm going to cheat. If a phone rings over the air right now, and it's not, because I did call you on purpose, David. Yes, I did that on purpose, because if it were ringing on air right now, I would know it would be working. So I apologize for the horse blank radio we're giving you right now, because the system's not working. And the only way I really know how to fix it from here would be to turn the board off and turn it back on. And we really can't do that during the show.
No, we can't. So if he can hear us, our apologies to Orlando.
Yeah, he can't hear us, because that's why I hung up with him and tried to call you. There was a reason why I was trying to pull that off. And for whatever reason, turning the phone on and off did not work. So that's it.
Yeah. That's our engineering playbook right there.
That's as much as we've got.
Turn it off, turn it on. That doesn't work. Oh, well. Got to call somebody.
Everything says it's connected, and it's not. I can't do a damn thing about it. So our apologies. I'll text Orlando after the break and let him know why I screwed up. So best laid plans of mice and men just failed miserably. And, well.
And it's a bummer for a couple reasons, because, believe it or not, we have not gotten much into the Giannis trade. So I was looking forward to letting Orlando really sink his teeth into this deal and see whether or not it's way too much and way too late for the Heat. They should have gone all in a couple years ago, or whether or not, and this is the Eastern Conference, and the Knicks won 52 games and ended up winning the title. So no, Miami can make inroads from here. The one thing which has not been talked about a lot, which I think you have to assume, is they're going to sign him to a long-term deal. I mean, they're talking to his people while they're negotiating with the Bucks. They're not giving up what they gave up to rent him for a year. So, and another part of this deal, which to me is even more fascinating, is what's going to happen in Boston now about Jaylen Brown. Apparently, Brad Stevens told Jaylen Brown, "You're not on the trade block." And then reportedly, he called them back and said, well, apparently Giannis is available. And to get him, we'd probably have to give him you. So don't be surprised if you hear your name in trade rumors for Giannis. And reportedly, it came down to the Celtics and the Heat, and Milwaukee chose Miami. Great. Well, now apparently Jaylen Brown was also in Minnesota Timberwolves trade rumors. So if I'm Jaylen Brown, it's like, wait a minute. I thought I was just involved if it was Giannis. So now what are we doing? And besides, I'm going to finish like top 5 in the MVP. I mean, Jaylen's now at the point where he's saying, are you sure Jason Tatum is a better player than me? Are you sure? Because I know you've always thought that, but are you sure? So now here's another question. Let's just say the Celtics come to the conclusion, well, we probably have to get rid of Jaylen because he ain't going to be a happy camper and it's just going to be too difficult to keep him on the team. Okay. Who are you trading him for? Seriously. Who are you trading him for? Who in the world is equal talent that you think is readily available to Jaylen Brown? I mean, seriously, supposedly Boston wants more size, wants to be stronger around the rim. You trading him to the Knicks for Karl Anthony Towns? And no. I mean, that's another thing. Let's just say Boston's now hell bent on trading him. Okay, for who? Help me out here.
I'm trying to, I mean, would you call OKC?
For who? Chet Holmgren?
Yeah. And some ones. I don't think that's equal value, but I'm looking, I'm just
right. No.
I'm trying to pick teams that are going to make Boston better, or not better, to make Boston feel like they didn't get robbed, and where it's somewhat equal.
Yeah, at least provides a dimension. If Jaylen Brown's the best player in the trade, at least whoever it is they pick up for him changes the dimension of their team, and it was something they desperately needed. Like, they're small. The Celtics had gotten very small. Like, they got nothing for Embiid. A healthy Embiid, they got nothing. Showed in the series. But who are you getting? I mean, Houston doesn't, we can go down the good teams here. Houston doesn't have a big. You want to call Denver about Jokic?
Well, that ain't happening.
Okay, but
so I'm just saying Denver's not making that move. So I mean, Deadstroke throws out Evan Mobley in the chat room. Is that a possibility? I'm trying to think. Golden State doesn't have size. I
mean, Jaylen Brown's going to finish top 5 in the MVP voting. Jaylen Brown's one of the 20 best players in the league.
I know. I mean, they just traded for him in Washington. And I don't know if that, I don't know if
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I'm just pulling at straws here, David.
Washington would drive him to Boston themselves. He'd be bubble wrapped so that nothing happened to him. But I know what you're saying. You're thinking, well, at least we got to give them a dimension. And if the Celtics, they would say, well, Anthony Davis is a good place to start, but you're going to have to give me a couple first-round picks, and they're unprotected, by the way, so that they could be lottery picks. But I'm curious where Giannis made sense. Another top 20 player in the league, a different dimension for both teams. Okay, also, Jaylen's 27. Which, by the way,
I don't think Miami would ever do it, but what if they called Miami and said, we'll take Giannis now for Jaylen Brown?
It's funny.
I understand, but Bam and Jaylen Brown or Bam and Giannis? Or what about Bam? What if Miami just goes off the hook?
Yeah, well, that's not enough. I mean, come on. That's not enough. Listen, I know you just laughed at me, and I know most of you are laughing at me, but there's a 4-year age difference between Jokic and Jaylen Brown. 4 years. 4. That's a lot. He turns 32, does Jokic, in February. At the All-Star break, he turns 32. I mean, are you sure? I mean, the first 13 times Denver will say no. But the 14th time you call them up, you go, you guys aren't going anywhere with them.
I wish there were more GMs like you in the league, in all leagues, because I mean, you do it sober. Could you imagine what I could get out of you with a couple of drinks?
Well, I don't know if I'm Denver's GM, if I could do it even drunk, but I would at least want to say, hey, now, come on, let's talk. We're looking at where we are as a franchise. You've had to have been looking at where you are as a franchise. Okay, you're heading in the wrong direction. You don't have cap room. What are you going to do? Continue to get older and more mediocre? I mean, seriously. I mean, or do you change things up? And Boston has to do something fairly quickly, because I think now in about 3 weeks, Brown's eligible for an extension. And you know how it works in the NBA? When you're one of those really good players, the first minute you're eligible, if you don't get that max offer, you already start playing in your escape.
Miller and Moulton. I'm going to try to fix some stuff, and if I do, maybe we'll talk to Orlando Alzugaray next. If not, I don't know what the hell we're going to talk about.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tex carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Go!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
On this. Sorry, there I am. Okay. I know it's a big deal to the Blades fans. I get it. I understand why you find it important. We don't talk Penguins on this show, and we don't talk Everblades. So, I mean, it's not a we mentioned it when it happened. All that really happened yesterday was the NHL approved a sale that happened months ago. And we mentioned it when it happened. So I don't know what, I mean, I know a couple of you commented, what's your angle if you're mad at us for not talking about it? That the Everblades guy now owns an NHL team, which he owned months ago? I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't get why you guys think this is a big deal to this show that's a Florida-based show. If he bought the Lightning, if he bought the Panthers, the Marlins, the Rays, that would be huge. If we were on in Pittsburgh, it would be monstrous, and I would probably try to call him. Hey, Orlando. Thank you, man. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
David, go ahead.
And welcome, final hour, Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. We checked in on the Tampa St. Pete sports scene earlier today with Steve Carney. Well, if you want to know what's going on in South Florida, you check in with the Big O. Orlando Alzugaray, it's the Big O radio show. It's podcasted everywhere. You can follow him on X at Big O Show. Orlando, it's David and Mark. Thanks for being with us. How are you?
It is a pleasure to be with you, gentlemen. Hope everything is well.
As well as it can be, that's for sure. We have not spent a ton of time talking about the Giannis trade. We are curious your thoughts. Is it 2 years too late? Does Giannis and Bam work? You know, when you look at this from the standpoint of what Miami gave up, what they get in return, what does this make the Heat now?
I still think they're going to be like a middling team. They may be out of the play-in. Now they're going to be maybe the 4th, 5th, or 6th seed. But I don't see them at the top of the conference because, unfortunately, you have your top 2 players. Neither one is a three-point specialist. And listen, if we were in the 90s, you guys are old enough like I am. If we were in the 90s, I'd be gun-ho about this move. All right, you're only going to score 85, 90, 95 points in a game. So we're going to have 2 defensive studs that are going to clog the paint, and the three-point isn't as, specified as it is in those days. And so, yeah, we can compete night in and night out. But in today's game, you average 120 points. There's a lot of up and down. The pace is completely different. And neither one of these guys are built for it. And Bam, they pay him like a superstar, but he's not really a star because he can't impose his offensive will on people night in and night out. He doesn't have it in him. He's very passive. So for me, I'm not a fan of this move. I don't think it fits today's NBA. Listen, it's the opposite of what the Lakers just did. You're gonna commit to Luka and Reeves as your top 2 guys, 2 guys that all they can do is score and they can't play a lick of defense. So everything that they score, they're going to let up. It doesn't make any sense either on the Lakers side. So it goes both ways. One, also, Giannis is too old at this point. He's 31. He's been since 2019. He has missed more than 20 games a season. So this guy's going to miss a quarter of the season guaranteed. How do the Heat replace that? Didn't they just go through that when they had a star named Jimmy Butler and he would miss a quarter of the season, and how that would kill them because they didn't have enough? And Bam's not that guy to really impose his offensive will. So, no, I'm not a fan of this move. I don't think this makes the Heat a contender. I just think this makes the Heat an incredibly desperate team to become relevant again. They were irrelevant for the last couple of years, and they were afraid that they had fallen into the abyss, and this was the only thing they can do to try to climb out of that abyss. But sadly, they're not going to go anywhere with this.
Also, what resources do they have left? Players to trade, picks to give up. I mean, they, as you said, if they could get a shooter from somewhere, but what do they have to give up?
They have $500,000 to fill 5 roster spots. And they have nothing around them as it is right now. And what are you going to have, Bobby Portis and Pallel Larson shoot 35 threes and hope that they're hot or something? I mean, it just doesn't work that way, man. I'm telling you, this was a really desperate move by Pat Riley. And as I've been saying on my show for several weeks now, whether it was going to happen or not, this is also the end of Pat Riley's run right here. This is what's going to happen over the next couple of years. Whether this works or it doesn't, this will probably be the last big Pat Riley move in the history of the franchise. So, I just think that, unfortunately, I kind of saw this story with Shula, and I'm kind of seeing it all over again now, where I'm looking at a team that is out of touch with the NBA. And listen, you're talking to a talk show host that is super pissed because after the Denver loss in the finals, I got killed here in South Florida Maybe I even said it on your show. I said, now's the time to trade Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And people killed me for it. And I said, now you can get 3-4 first rounders. And guess what happened over the next couple of years? The crap hit the fan, and they ended up even extending him. And they didn't do the second extension, thank the Lord, but they got burned, and they didn't really get the value in return because everything had hit the fan already at that point. I was against the Kyle Lowry move. I just, all these things that have gone on over and over again, they should have been tanking the last couple of years and going into the lottery, because that's what other teams do. And look how they've benefited. Houston, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Orlando, all the lazy people just use Philadelphia because that one didn't work. But everybody else that has been tanking and loading up, and look, it paid off for Utah this year.
Right, there you go.
It's paid off. And the Miami Heat refuse to live in today's NBA. They continue to live in the 90s. Pat Riley and in Armani suits.
I love your comment about Utah there, because I think that's the other team you got to point to. They're going to turn this around a lot more quickly in the tanking work there. All right, I want to switch gears, Orlando. Look, I get that the Marlins are a meddling team and they don't spend any money, but they're way better than they're supposed to be. They could be a wild card team this year, but I don't know what that gets you in the National League, because the National League's got 3 really good teams. I mean, you look at the Braves, the Brewers, and the Dodgers, and now the Phillies are coming on. So I don't know what the wild card gets you. I would trade Alcantara. I would make the move. I would send him somewhere where I can get more players and hope in a year or two with some of the young bats and the young pitching that I can actually make a run to be, I don't know, not as good as the Dodgers, but if I get lucky, I can get to an NLCS, and who knows what the hell happens there. What would you do with Alcantara?
My brother, you nailed it 100%. They're going to trade Alcantara anyways. They have no money. They don't spend on a core. They're doing the same thing the Marlins got lucky with in 2003. After Dave Dombrowski's fire sale in 97, he ended up acquiring Cabrera and Lee and all those guys that won the World Series. It wasn't Loria. That Loria group only added Urbina. They added Pudge. They added Redmond, and they added one more guy. I'm Pierre, and that's it. Everything else, Beckett and everything came from Dombrowski. So what they're trying to do is what the Kansas City Royals did one year and what the Marlins did one year. Load up, keep loading up as many prospects, and hope that you get lightning in a bottle in one year where all these young cats have career years and you make a playoff run. And look, man, to be quite honest, I'm tired of the Marlins, and I'm tired of the A's, and I'm tired of Tampa, because why? This is money ball without money. And that's what the other teams did. They said, oh, wait a minute. I see what you're doing there. You do money ball, but it's actually, wait a minute, that you have no money in it. That's your problem with it. And you call it money ball because I get it. You're doing it without money. But the problem is money ball never works. You never win anything. You tease the hell out of people because you never spend. And in baseball, you're going to have to spend to keep a core so you can really win. Can you surprise? Can you shock? Yes, the Marlins did it in 2003 and the Royals did it, and I think, what was it, 16 or whatever the hell it was? So that's what they're trying to do. That's what all these money ball teams are trying to do. Until you actually commit to putting money into money ball, nobody ever wins a title that keeps doing this stuff. So for me, I basically don't pay attention to the Marlins, and I tell people, you know, because they only chime in when they're playing well, and then when they go into the tank, nobody checks in.
Bingo.
If they make the playoffs, we'll talk about it. Whatever.
Orlando Alzugaray, the Big O Radio Show. Follow him on X at Big O Show. 10 to noon is Eastern is usually when the show takes place, and you can find it everywhere that you download your podcasts. All right. Best organization in South Florida for a few years now has been the Panthers. After all the wheeling and dealing, how many more years do you think they have in their championship window?
2 or 3. they've got 2 or 3, and if they get Hellebuck, I mean that'll definitely improve because Bob is going the other way. After peaking here the last couple of years, he's kind of gone the other way a little bit. So if they want to acquire Hellebuck, hey man, I love what they're doing. They're committed to winning. They've got a core. They just added another Kachuk. So they see, unlike the Heat, they add stars to other stars, where the Heat only have one star lately, and that's been their problem. What the Panthers are doing in Zito is just absolutely amazing. This is your window. Commit to it. They just acquired another guy from the Flyers and given away a 5th rounder. I have no problem with what they're doing. And last year was the worst. I mean, the year where you could have the worst luck ever, and things happen. You're loaded. You're ready to go. Yeah, go for it. I think this is absolutely amazing what the Panthers are doing. The Panthers and Inter Miami are the best organizations in town.
All right, 30 seconds, Orlando. Best concert you've seen this summer, or the one you're most excited about upcoming that you're going to see?
Oh man, God, I'm trying to remember. I haven't been to a lot of shows this year. Last year, I went to AC/DC and Metallica in your neck of the woods up in Tampa area. So those were absolutely amazing. But this year, I haven't really been to any shows. I'm going to the Fix later on in the year. I was going to go see No Doubt at the Sphere, but I ended up canceling that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the right show to go to the Sphere. I've not been yet, and I miss the Dead and Company.
Well,
so I'm waiting for the right show where I'm going to spend that kind of money to see it. And No Doubt, they're good, but it doesn't do it for me.
I saw you too opening night at the Sphere, so that was awesome. And then I came back because I saw them opening night, and it was late September, I think the 29th or the 30th that it opened. And then I came back in December for 2 more nights to see U2. So I've been 3 times to the Sphere, but only for U2. So I was going to go see No Doubt. I didn't see No Doubt back in the day when they were in their heyday. So I wanted to check it out, and they still sound great.
He's Orlando Alzugaray, the Big O Show. Find him on X Big O Show. Download it at Big O Show. He gets going in about 45 minutes. Thanks for rearranging your schedule, Orlando. Have a great one.
For you guys, anything. Have a blessed one.
David, I don't know what to tell you, but our commercial things are not working at the moment, and I don't know why. I got the phones to work, and the commercials went dead. So I don't know what we're going to do here for a second. I really don't. This is an interesting one for me because everything on the computer says it's working, but it's not. So we're going to talk for a couple more minutes because that's all we can do right now.
Okay.
And, we'll figure this out as we go on. But this is a new one for me because I haven't had this problem yet. When I, hit the select sound card, I'm supposed to get sound. And it could be another instance of turn it on, turn it off again. That's all I know. But Miller and Moulton, the Pro Hour, we want to thank our fine sponsors, American Paint Supplies, British Open Pubs, Lee Treatment Direct, Floor Meisters, anybody I'm missing, anybody that wants to have their commercial completely botched, give me a call or send us a text. I'll give you bonus love. I'll do a live read at this point. Fortunately, we don't have enough sponsors to fill out all the holes, David. So I'm not costing them anything at this point. They're still getting what they deserve as long as I can fix this next, Miller and Moulton. just don't need this right now.
American Paint Supplies.
Of course you're going to work. Why wouldn't it? All right, let's see.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell core.
American Paint
Mark
Supplies.
Miller for this is Miller and Moulton.
Good criminy. I have no idea what goes on in this world anymore. How changing one thing that had nothing to do with that computer changes everything, but such is life. All right, let's get this hour up. You know, I got crap to do here. I got a tea time to get ready for.
Exactly.
Well, and I mean, this is tough because it's an 11:10 tea time. So by the time I get the podcast up, it really puts me behind the 8 ball. You know, why don't you do the podcast for me today, David?
Okay.
God dang it, that's funny. If not to anyone else, just to me.
It's all about
No!
t-shirts.
I just need the satellite company to load it quickly today. It's amazing how much I depend on the 4th hour getting up when it needs to get up.
Your room.
They can screw up any other hour. It doesn't matter to me. But, oh, we're back. That's my bad, David. Well, hang on. How about you here? I'll do this. There you go. How about that? Holy
Welcome
crap.
back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
There.
And now, here's David Moulton.
Is that better?
I'm in the passenger seat because I'm totally unqualified to do anything other than co-host a talk show. And so, unfortunately, when things go awry, it all dumps on you.
I just fired myself.
Which is why I told you a few months ago that you were underpaid and, you know, the ratio should be different. And so, but the one thing you definitely shouldn't do is apologize to your wife. Okay.
No, that's not happening now. Now I'm playing. Yeah. Now I earned it.
There you go.
I earned it. But we got Orlando. He hates everything Miami, and we didn't bring up the Dolphins.
Right.
I mean, we saved him from talking about that franchise.
Right.
Tampa, Jacksonville, you don't have it so bad. That's all I'm telling you.
Boy, you do not. You do not.
Right? I mean, you know, Bucks, you know, and look, I'm sorry for saying what I said about the Rays, that I don't think, and most people on the text line actually agreed with me, David.
No, listen, you make a very valid point. Financially, okay, to give up the resources that you'd have to give up to get a Scooble, and let's just say he delivers you a World Series, how much money as an organization would you make? I would put it this way. I got 5 weeks to the trade deadline, almost 6. I'm hiring somebody. I'm hiring a firm, okay, to come up with how much extra money over the next 2 years would we make if we won the World Series, having still to play at the Trop for at least the next 2 years. I would want to know if they go, yeah, Mark's right. You'll make about $87 more.
And I am bullish on the Rays when they get to Tampa. I like you all know, I've spent a lot of time there. It's not easy to get to St. Pete from where everybody lives. I now actually understand why people don't go on a nightly basis. I do. So I like the Rays. I like their broadcast teams. I think they're a good watch on TV. I think they're a good listen on the radio. They're very competitive. And what Orlando said is right. Moneyball without money is just doing the same thing over and over. And that's why I believe David's saying what he's saying, because the Yankees are the best team in the American League. They're flawed. And we don't know when Judge is coming back. Now, what Goldschmidt's doing right now, what they're getting out of Rice, it's amazing.
And I think they have a chance to continue to get it from Rice because he's a young player who I think is finding his stride. Goldschmidt likely is going to hit an August wall, and Yankee fans will be like, that's great. He was there for us when we needed him, when Stanton and Judge were hurt. I don't care if he hits 150 the rest of the year. I could say he's team MVP for what he's given them now.
No doubt.
You know, Jazz Chisholm ain't going to be with him next year. So what? He's giving you what you need from him this year.
Absolutely. But the thing is, when you say Stanton, hell, how much can you count when he comes back? How much can you count on him? One, he's not much more than average to above average as it is as a DH. Secondly, he gets hurt all the time. And lastly, with this Judge thing, hey, I know he's coming back, and you know you're getting everything out of him. But when's he coming back? Because nobody seems to know.
No. Well, how can you? How can you confidently say he'll be back in 2 weeks?
No way. They
the
want
last-
him to rest for 4 to 6. That didn't even start the rehab part, David. That's just the rest. Then they've got to reevaluate.
Well, the last time, because he was rehabbing and he was about ready to come back, and then guess what? He got hurt again. I'll say this, though. When he's healthy in October, all but one time he's delivered. So, can I ask a question, and I don't mean it to be a blankety blank question? But, I mean, first off, we've never had him on the show. I'd love to have Bruce Sherman on the show. But, sir, if you and Rob Manfred of the Major League Owners got what you wanted, where's the $91 million going to come from to reach the floor for the Miami Marlins? No, I'm serious. I mean, do you have the money? Can you spend? Do you have the money and can you spend it? Or are you literally the very next day going to have to put the team on the market? So do you have the money and you're crying poverty? And quite frankly, you're selling the fan base a whole of goods? Or no, you're going to have to sell the team immediately.
David, can I answer your question with a question? Because I don't know the answer to that one. How many owners does that apply to?
15.
Do you still have that list in front of you?
Yeah, 15.
Okay. But some of those I think can spend if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So realistically, when you look at that list of the teams that are not at the floor, how many of those 15 teams do you believe actually have the money? And we're not going to, and part of the reason why the owners, and this has been the other thing we've talked about a lot on this show, is I know Manfred wants a cap. I get it. We're not sure how many owners really want a cap. Apparently they do because they're asking for one. But how many of those 15 can afford it?
Okay. I'll start with, you want me to start with team 30 or team 16?
Team 30.
Okay. You answer your own question. I won't.
Right.
I'll just let you answer them. Cleveland would immediately have to come up with $92 million.
I don't know if they have it, David.
The Marlins would have to come up with 91.
I've got them on a no side.
The White Sox would have to come up with 80 million.
They could, but they don't want to.
But they could.
I think they could, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it might force Reinsdorf to go through with this sale sooner, but yes, the Nats would have to come
Yes.
up with 80 million.
They have before. They can.
Also, they were on the market before they could go on the market again. The Cardinals would have to
They
come up
can.
with 77.
They can.
Okay. The A's would have to come up with 77.
I don't know. I'll put them on the no.
Boy, I
New
like that
City,
big.
New City, let's put them on the yes. So I got 4 yeses, 2 nos right now.
Okay, your no's are the Marlins and the Guardians?
Yes.
Okay. Pirates would have to come up with 71.
No.
Oh, see, I think he's got it. I think he's got it, and
He'd
he's
sell it
just
before he spent it.
okay, which if you're a Pirates fan, you'd be thrilled with.
Yep.
But you don't believe he's got the money.
Well, I put it this way. I think he'd sell his team if there were a floor.
Okay. Rays would have to come up with 70.
They've got it. They're just waiting for the new ballpark.
Twins would have to come up with 66.
He'd have to sell.
Rockies would have to come up with
They
55.
damn sure would be able to spend. They draw all kinds of fans.
Agreed. And they have the money. They do. The Reds would have to come up with 40.
That's close, David. I don't know. They wouldn't want to. They might be for sale too. I'm going to put them on the sale list. That's 5 sales.
The Brewers would have to come up with just under 40.
Maybe. I'll
I
keep
think,
them as a yes.
yeah, I'd keep them as a yes. Kansas City would have to come up with 25.
They're getting their new ballpark. I'm going to go yes.
Seattle would have to come up with 10. And Baltimore 5.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's still 4 or 5 teams that I think would be for sale. Minimum.
I don't disagree.
And I don't know, does Manfred want that? I mean, that's an interesting franchise that's never been worth more. But does Manfred want all of a sudden a franchise fire sale to happen?
Well, they've never been worth more, but they haven't necessarily sold for more.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, David it should have happened months ago, by the way. But I don't like that one.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Lately, we've been getting breaking news in the final 30, 40 minutes of our show, and this final Friday in June is no exception. I said it earlier in the show, I didn't see him making it through the All-Star break. Well, he didn't make it to the weekend. The Mets fired manager Carlos Mendoza. And the only thing left now, Mark, is to figure out if Steve Cohen is just going to sit tight and grit his teeth and take his butt whooping and realize he's as responsible as anybody else because he got rid of a GM and a manager and a coaching staff, and he went with his handpicked guy who he waited a couple years to be able to legally get his hands on. And he's failing miserably at the job. If you're the owner, if you're the character on Billions, Mark, you just going to grit your teeth and take this?
No, you actually don't. You don't. You admit your mistake and you bring in somebody else because this is it. You've said it all along. You didn't want him fired a month ago when I said you got to fire him. And you were like, it ain't his fault.
Nope. It's not.
Here's the only problem, and I think he'll grit his teeth and bear it through the rest of the season, I think. But the trade deadline's coming up, so I don't know what they may or may not want to do. But Philly fired their manager. They turned everything around.
Yep.
So does he? And the good news is you've got, 34 days, 35 days until the trade deadline.
What's it, like August 3rd?
Yeah, so literally, David, you could go on a 22-10 run here and go, we're right back in the wild card race. I don't think it's going to happen.
No one does right now.
But you could wait. That's all I'm saying.
But they're one of the 3 worst teams in Major League Baseball over the last year. They went mid-June of last year. They had the best record in baseball. They were 45-24. And they went like 39-54 the rest of the way. And now look at what they are, 13 games. I mean, Mark, they're like I think they've just played a year's worth of baseball by going like 66-96.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. We start today in 1934. This one's kind of big to me only because, well, my mom worked at one for so long. FDR signed the Federal Credit Union Act into law, establishing credit unions. Hello, Wanna-Gas Credit Union. Man, I used to get some money out of them for stuff, David. One, they gave me loans that no kid my age should have been getting. And two, they did this summer promotion for years where they gave away grills, and I was the one that got paid to put them all together. Nothing made my mother happier than a garage full of grill parts until I waited till the absolute last minute to put together all the grills.
Right.
The United Nations Charter was signed by 50 nations today in 1945. Today in 56, Congress approves the Federal Aid Highway Act, which allocated $30 billion for construction of some of the 41,000 miles of interstate highways. Today in 59, Queen Elizabeth II and President Eisenhower opened the St. Lawrence Seaway. Today in 63, JFK gave his famous speech in Berlin where he said, "I am a donut." Think he was trying to say, "I'm a Berliner."
Yes.
And what he said translated to, "I'm a donut."
But man, donuts must be really popular there because they went crazy.
Today in 77, Elvis at Market Square Arena in Indianapolis played what would be his last performance. The final song, "Can't Help Falling in Love." A movie that we've referenced no less than 200 times in our near 20 years together. Stripes debuted today in 1981. It's like going to Wisconsin. You buzz in, you buzz out. 91, Grandmama, Larry Johnson, first pick of the Charlotte Hornets. 96, AI, first pick of the Sixers. Today in 97, the first Harry Potter book was published. It was rejected by 12 publishers before being published, and obviously we know what a phenomenon that book and that series was. 03, from St. Vincent St. Mary High School, the Cleveland Cavaliers select one LeBron James. Derrick Rose today in 08, the first pick. Connor McDavid, the first pick today in 2015, played for the Erie Otters in the OHL. And today in 2022, the Avs would knock off the two-time defending champion Lightning in 6 for their third Stanley Cup in franchise history. Babe Saharis would have celebrated a birthday today. I don't know where she would, obviously athletes are better now, but she would be, where's she all time on female athletes or American female athletes?
Top 3.
Yeah. Serena, Wilma Rudolph. It's a tough list because now there's so many great female athletes.
Yeah, I think you'd have to go track and field. But
But of the 20th century, it might be top 2. That's Mick Jones from The Clash is 71. Chris Isaak is 70. He was a big deal for a while there. That Wicked Game album, David, was a biggie.
Oh man, I don't know how you could not walk around to your John impression.
Cusack there, yeah,
You're not right. If you did John Cusack with that song, that worked.
Greg LeMond is 65. Shannon Sharp, 58. Actor Chris O'Donnell, 56. Derek Jeter and my wife are 52. Ed Jovanowski, 50. Jovocop, loved him. Mike Vicks, 46. Rudy Gobert, 34. And Ariana Grande is 33. What did I miss, David?
I don't know, but I will say this. Greg LeMond deserves a lot of courage because Greg LeMond was labeled a bitter old man because Greg LeMond was the greatest cyclist in American history. And then this Lance Armstrong guy came along. And Greg LeMond won 2 Tour de France's. I think it was 2, maybe 3. But he had what was considered the greatest run in the history of the sport. He trailed by about a minute heading into the final stage. And the final stage was a sprint. And they literally said you couldn't beat anybody by enough time to go from second to first. And he did. He beat Fignon by a minute and won the title by like 8 seconds. Okay. And then he gets shot, okay, in a hunting accident. And he's not the racer that he was. And he said that Lance Armstrong was a cheater for years before the sport came out and acknowledged that Lance Armstrong was a cheater. Cost him a lot of money, cost him his reputation. Okay. Pride of Minnesota, Greg LeMond, a very brave dude.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Yeah, this segment.
Your computer do it to you again?
No, 2 days in a row I balked on a good. But the good we go to, and I don't like the records thing, but I thought this one was cute. We go to North Dakota, where a couple renewed their vows at a Wisconsin water park and then attempted to break a world record with the most vow renewal ceremonies in 30 days. This one they did in the Dells at a water park. And they did 6 trips down the slide in an hour trying to set a Guinness World Record for something in a wedding dress. I just thought it was like, all right, whatever you got to do to get in the paper. How about just staying married? For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, Cape Coral, Florida, that is, for those of you wondering, where a man was arrested, accused of DUI and attempting to escape police. His silver Dodge Ram was speeding, and when he was pulled over, they thought he was impaired. So they got him out of the car. And that's when Shaheem Preston took off and ran from the police. He's lucky they didn't shoot him. He went to a nearby car wash where he tried to hide lying beneath the car wash machinery. Now, David, help me here. You're drunk, you go running. Does the cop, if there's 2 there, do they go, should we shoot him? Or should we just see where this drunk runs to? Fortunately, these guys just let him run somewhere and arrested him on a bunch of stuff. Finally, the ugly, and boy, is it ugly. We go to California, where a man dropped his sunglasses in a toilet. It was at a campground. And you know those toilets, if you've seen them at some of these campgrounds, they're up high and they're environmentally safe and all. Anyhow, there's no plumbing there. And when he reached down to get his sunglasses, he fell into the tank, where he spent more than 15 minutes waiting for deputies and firefighters to pull him out of, well, yep, you guessed it.
Yep.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly today on June the 26th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Fire Department. Great pay, great jobs, overtime, other jobs other than police officers available. You go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
NHL draft is tonight, 7 o'clock, 4-letter network. It's also available on NHL TV. Gavin McKenna, I believe, is the young man's name, who played at Penn State last year. Wildly expected to be the first pick of the draft by the Maple Leafs.
He's an interesting story. I mean, I know we all know what happened with the thing when the person made fun of his mom and he punched him, but he grew up, basically in the sticks. He's Native American or not Native Canadian. I don't know what they call it. Indigenous people in Canada. I don't know what the proper name is. So if I screw it up, I'm sorry. But he moved at a really young age because of hockey. Like not just junior, way before junior, because it wasn't competitive where he was. So he kind of grew up on his own. It's a fascinating story.
That's at 7:00 tonight, 4-letter network. Then I think ESPN2 and or NHL Network for the rest of the draft tomorrow. And you got to be a goober for that. Everybody playing in baseball. Rays are home for Arizona. Marlins are in St. Louis. Yankees in Boston, game 2 of a 4-gamer. Cubs are in Milwaukee. Cubs got to win this series to, realistically think they're still in it for the NL Central. Otherwise, you start counting your lucky number for the wild card. And Dodgers Padres in San Diego. It's always an interesting series. They hate each other. All right, soccer. Win, finish in the top 2 in your group, advance, be a good third-place team, advance. Everybody else, bye-bye, so long, farewell. Groups G, H, and I will determine things today.
Uruguay and Spain, that's a big one. Uruguay definitely needs a point. They could probably move on with a point.
Norway and France to decide the group. France has a 1-goal lead in the tiebreaker.
So there you have it. Enjoy whatever sports you're watching this weekend. We'll do this on Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
go.
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton